Madam President, I think we have everyone.
Okay. Thank you everyone for joining us tonight for our Committee of the Whole meetings. I'm just going to give it right over to Ms. Harris because she's going to start the Education Committee of the Whole. Ms. Harris, are you ready? While we try to find her, for the public that are attending right now, when we do public comment, if you want to comment on something about the specific committee, we have education, building, and finance. You would do that in the beginning of the meeting if you're talking about something on the agenda. If it's something education, building, or finance related that's not on the agenda, then you'll just do that at the end of the committee meeting. And you just do that by raising your hand, and then we'll call your name and let you into the meeting. So if anybody, while we're trying to get Ms. Harris on the line, if anybody knows they're planning to comment on education items, you can start raising hands now because we'll call you in a little bit.
Having a few technical difficulties. Ms. Harris will be on in just a moment.
Okay, thank you.
Ready?
All right, I see you, Ms. Harris. We're ready for you to do the Education Committee meeting.
Okay, I'd like to call the education meeting of a whole for the Allentown School District. Today is Thursday, January 11th, 2020. The purpose of tonight's meeting is to discuss and recap the agenda items. Then move the agenda items forward to the regular board meeting on Thursday, June 25th, 2020, for official approval. Mr. Parker, do you have any comments to share this month?
You're muted.
You're muted.
I said lots of good things while I was muted. So thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Ms. Harris, for giving me the opportunity. I think there are a couple of comments I'd like to make. Second, to speak on some of the opening of school planning for ASD. But first and foremost, I think it would be a mistake of epic proportions for us to ignore what's happening in the world right now. We are in the midst of a civil rights movement. We're in the midst of a movement of a number of people, a number of colors, a number of races, just the entire country and the entire world right now is moving in a place that is directing a level of equity. And the Allentown School District has been moving, been focused, and is still continuing to focus on equity for all of the students that we serve. So I want to again confirm that we are in support of those who are seeking equity in life in this country. I personally support those that are peacefully protesting and working to ensure that this country is a better place on all levels. I also, however, and I wrote an op-ed that should show in the morning call here in a few days. I'm going to say that, statements are great, but statements are not full commitment. Full commitment is action. So for those that are professing support, I'm asking that we move beyond just statements and ensure that folks are giving commitment to ensure that systems and structures in this country are aligned in a way where it creates equity for those who are members of our nation. And I applaud those who are continuing to push and speak in that regard. So second to that, in the midst of everything and the close to our school year and our teachers doing a dynamic job getting our students prepared and ready for the end of the school year, we're also at the same time developing our systems and parameters for opening of schools next school year, which will be upon us before we know it. Dr. Lucretia Brown, who is our assistant superintendent, is leading that work for ASD, and I'm going to invite her in just to share a bit of an update with where we are and where we're going to be going here over the next month. Dr. Brown?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Parker. As an update and as we bring our schools to a close, we're really transitioning our district leadership team into being responsive to post-closure operations and planning that need to take place. Really rolling out our planning underneath our governor's guidance first and foremost, and then undergirded by guidance and support that's coming from our area IU intermediate unit, and taking all of that information and customizing it to fit the needs of our students, our staff, our families, and other stakeholders. As a district team, we have just recently this week began to participate in the CLIU task force group for opening of schools. And in that vein, there are 8 subgroups that are represented, and ASD has representation on all 8 of those groups. Meetings started this week, and our team is taking that information and bringing it back and sharing it out internally, and then again using that to guide what we bring to our community in the near future. In addition to that work that we're synthesizing, we're also going to be launching a survey for our families tomorrow regarding opening of schools, and basically giving our families an opportunity to give us some input and let us know where they are in terms of their thinking and their needs for their students as we plan for opening of schools. Once we collect some information, that survey will be open from tomorrow until June 19th, probably longer, but we want to get an early idea of where our families are. And we'll use that to inform what we develop. And we'll also be launching and disseminating a survey for our community partners also, because we know often that our families are not solely just dependent on the district, but dependent on local childcare agencies and other community supports as well. All that to say that we are looking forward to bringing some more concretized information to our school board of directors as well as our community toward the end of the month. That would include 1 or 2 viable options for what opening of schools could look like for our district and ultimately our community. And that would be the update. Is there anything you'd like to add, Mr. Parker?
No, thank you for that message. There is a lot going on in this district and in other districts, and in the midst of it, dynamic leadership is happening at all levels, and we will continue to be responsive and receptive to input from our community as we put these plans together moving forward. Ms. Harris?
She's on mute right now.
Oh, I'm on mute?
You're on mute.
Okay. I want to thank Dr. Brown for what she said, and also I want to piggyback on what Mr. Parker said. One of the things that he has done with the community is that once we did what the Lehigh Valley Planning Commission, I don't know why I'm echoing, found out where we have the biggest poverty level in our city, he helped partner with the Ortiz Arc Foundation in Promise Neighborhood, because they're feeding families. And with Tom Smith, they were able to donate some samples that they have received with gloves and masks and hand sanitizer. And that is what the both programs have been using to feed our district, to feed the people right in the middle of where the poverty areas are. And it's families, we're not, it's not just the homeless, but it's the families right there in Stevens Park who have been able to benefit from this. So I want to thank ASD and Mr. Parker and Tom Smith for doing that for the community. Thank you. All right, I want to turn it over to Dr. Brown.
Thank you, Mrs. Harris. Tonight, we are bringing to the board a request to approve the charter renewal for Roberto Clemente. Are we showing the board memo to the public, or? I'll just speak while we wait for the board memo to be shown. This request for approval is focused on a 5-year renewal for the Roberto Clemente Charter School, which currently serves students, I believe, K through 12. The board memo is here. I won't read exactly word for word, but we're recommending with no increase to enrollment caps for this academic year. Are there any questions?
Yes, Dr. Brown, I do have some questions.
Yes.
We went over this before, but I want to go over this again. How does Roberto Clemente students match up against ASD students' test scores?
Okay, I believe that we have one of the CEOs or the administrative leaders from Roberto Clemente participating this evening, Mr. Molina. I defer to you to respond to Ms. Harris. Is he unmuted? Can we unmute Mr. Jose Molina?
Can you hear me now?
Ah, yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, good. Technology is great when it works, right?
Right.
Well, to the question, I think that we are doing very well, and the future ready data will show that. I hate to compare because it's not fair. Every student is unique, and we both, the Allentown School District and Roberto Clemente, I think we're trying to cater to those needs that the student have. But yes, we're doing good. We're doing very good, and obviously we have the challenge of these virus. So we're gonna try to see and assess again where we are after this period of time to make sure that we continue to do good or even better.
Dr. Brown, do you have those numbers? Were they better than ASD? Were they comparable or were they lower? What was that? Do you know?
I don't have them right now. I can get them for you and we can show you a comparison if you'd like between
Okay.
now and before the voting meeting.
I
Okay,
didn't want to say it, but yes, we're doing better.
you did better
Yes.
percentage-wise and graduation rate-wise?
Yes.
Okay, I definitely want to see that. Okay, so I want to know, Ms. Molina, how many times have you had conversations with our superintendent? How many times have you met with him one-on-one about, Roberto Clemente and ASD?
To be honest with you, at the beginning of his tenure, we met a couple of times. And lately, we've been getting busy and busier. So that has been a little difficult, but I still welcome not only the superintendent, but any of the board members to be part of the meetings that we have and celebrations of accomplishment of our students. We're always open to have your visit.
Okay, so we've only had a couple meetings with him. So how many times have you been to Harrisburg to see Secretary Rivera? I know the answer.
Not that many, but I used to work for the governor as part of the governor's board. And obviously we were colleagues, Secretary Rivera and I, when I was part of the governor's coalition.
Right, so about 3 times you've gone there, but it was, you've gone there to talk to them about what's going on in ASD, but what's going on in ASD, you haven't talked to the superintendent about it. So it's okay.
I think you're confusing me with somebody else.
Okay,
Because that's not true.
all right. Okay, that's fine then. I just wanted to make sure, I just wanted to find out to make sure that, but you have gone to Harrisburg for, to talk about your, correct? To lobby for your school?
No.
No? Okay.
I would love to see that information and where you're getting it for so that we can clarify.
Okay.
But again, I'm always open to any conversation. You have been invited to our school.
Right.
And if you have any questions, feel free to call me.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that, you have opened up that up to my superintendent because it is the ASD board members, 9 of us who say you have a charter or not have a charter. So.
And again, I've been very open to any conversation or discussion with you or anybody else from the board, including the superintendent. Like I said, we are open book here.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that, that respect is there, that you.
Definitely. And again, just share with me what is the information that you have, because I think you're getting wrong information and I don't know your source, but I'm willing to clarify with you.
Okay, not a problem. I'm definitely willing to clarify. But yeah, I would like to see that, again, with the Future Ready scores.
Absolutely. And just to undergird a key highlight of the memo and some of our district's enhanced charter accountability practices going forward. If you remember, during the annual reporting period for this academic year, we sent out very specific guidelines and requisites on what each charter school needed to produce and provide to the school board. And so I want to underline that in this memo, we've included that language that while we are recommending Roberto Clemente for renewal, we are also reminding all parties involved that each charter will operate under the governance policies and accountability systems as set forth for the Pennsylvania Department of Education. So what that means in our annual reporting period, and we will have meetings as a group with all of our charters, that the expectation is that each charter present their future ready data to our school board of directors, regardless of the fact that our internal team is reviewing as well, because it's best for you all to show your data, share your data, and discuss your data with our school board for this very reason, so that they have your personal and professional insight and explanations or discussion. So just reiterating that point, that that's a new requirement, and we will be adhering to that requirement going forward as we enhance our charter school accountability processes.
Thank you very much, Dr. Brown.
You're welcome. So again, the request is that this item be moved forward for full board approval and voting at the end of the month at the public board meeting.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
This is an action item. Do we need to take a vote on this?
Cheryl had her hand up before mine. I think she
Okay,
has a question, and I do too.
Okay, I have a question. I can't see it on this one, but
That's okay. Cheryl,
ahead.
you can go first because yours was up first.
She's muted. Can we unmute Ms. Cheryl Johnson Watts? Is she talking?
Yeah, she is unmuted, but we can't hear her.
She was having some tech issues earlier, so that may be still a problem.
Ms. Johnson Watts, can you hear us? Because we can't hear you. We can't hear you. Mr. Parker's calling you.
So we're going to work through some tech issues with Ms. Johnson Watts here.
All right, I'll ask my question while you work through that. So in the charter, it says that the cap is 640. Is that the same as the current cap, or is that an increase?
I believe that's the current cap, but I will defer to Keely on the exact number, as it's escaping me right now, and I don't have the memo up.
Yes, absolutely. The cap is 640 total.
Yes, that is the current cap.
And that's
And
a flat cap for ASD students.
Okay, so and this is now K-12, correct? It's not
Yes.
split anymore. So it's
Correct.
640 K-12, but they can put those 640 however they want to distribute them. It's not an even like amongst the 13 grades they would have.
Right. It's a flat cap.
Okay.
Mhm.
And then do we actually got a report for them or anything that says that 75% of their staff hold appropriate state certifications and they have the same health care benefits as
Yes.
we get reports from them? Is that like a report at the beginning of the year, or do they send them periodically in case staff come and go?
There's an annual report, and then when a charter is up for renewal, there is a required document production that the legal team works with your administrative review team to put together. So we have reviewed the documents that would demonstrate basic compliance.
Okay.
In addition to that, I believe that binders were dropped off at each of our board members' homes, and so that information should be in there as well for your review. Mhm.
Right, that's, Ms. Johnson Watts is Sharon, do you want to try?
Okay, can you hear me?
I can hear you, yeah.
Okay, wonderful. All right, this has been quite, I'm going to take a beat in order to regroup, focus. And I'm going to update my name on the page. Is Mr. Molina still with us?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Molina, first I want to ask, is there a cohort of training of all of the leadership across the state of Pennsylvania that you participate in?
I'm also an advisory board member of the Pennsylvania Coalition of Charter Schools.
But is there a training that is done for schools, district leaders, as well as school charter leaders?
The superintendent has a superintendent academy, a cohort that I'm participating of too.
Okay, so that's an area where a lot of people have an opportunity to speak with each other, whether they are school superintendents or charter school leadership.
That's correct.
Okay, so how long have you been participating in that?
It started in the fall of the 2019.
Okay, and is that usually held in Harrisburg?
Different places, but Harrisburg has been one of them, yes.
Okay, I just want to find out because I'm trying to figure out where there may be this confusion related to Ms. Phoebe's questions. I'm not sure where those questions were generated from, and she could probably explain that herself better, but I just want to get clarity on the fact that there are opportunities for all superintendents and charter school leaders across the state to commune and convene and learn from the state, which is not stepping over anyone's authority, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so I just want to get that out into the public because I wasn't sure where that line of questioning was going, and I just wanted to make sure that there was no confusion. The next question that I have for you is, how did things go for you during COVID-19 and pivoting into distance remote learning?
We have almost the same exact issues that I read from the Allentown School District. As you know, we are a micro reflection of the population of students that Allentown School District has. And we face the same challenges that yet you have in a smaller capacity. But again, the same issues and problems just to try to establish the remote learning and accommodate the needs of the students and the parents as to connect to internet and stuff like that.
Okay, so did all of the students end up using a internet and web distance learning process, or did some end up with paper process?
We have the combination of both because of the limitations of some of the parents and the reluctance of some of the parents to engage in the technology challenge. So we have a hybrid system providing that flexibility for the families and the students.
Okay, and how do things look in terms of graduation this year?
Our graduation class is very small. We had 37 students. As you know, we also adopted the recommendations from PDE in being flexible. We are having our graduation ceremony next Thursday. You're all invited. It's going to be done as we're having this meeting remotely, but they're all graduating, yes.
Okay, and just wanted to ask, is there anything else that you would like for us to know related to the experience you've had with COVID-19 so far?
Well, I definitely would like to have more of a collaboration and conversation, because obviously we look up to you in trying to handle and finding best practices in developing opportunities for the families, and a lot of times we end up copying some of what you're doing, but again, we need to have that closer collaboration so that we reduce malinterpretations and rumors rather than realities. I think we are doing our best in staying aligned with the new mandates that we're getting from the federal, the state, and others.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Linda Vega, you have your hand up.
Hi, Mr. Molina. Is there any way, since you did give us the invite, for you to send us a board invite with a link to the graduation?
Most definitely. Should I do that through Ms. Murillo?
Sarah, if you can answer that, I think that's a yes, but please clarify.
Yes, yeah, you can send it to Ms. Murillo and she can get it out to the board.
I will do that as soon as tomorrow is possible.
Thank you.
Is there any other questions? See, this is an action item. Can I get a motion to move this to the next board meeting?
Linda.
I'll second that.
All right, Linda, motion, and Nancy second. Do we do a roll call or just all in favor?
All in favor?
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, the motion is carried.
Thank you again.
Thank you. Okay, Dr. Brown?
Yes, the second item on our education agenda this evening is the Executive Education Academy's request for an enrollment increase. As you are aware, during their renewal period of last year, we included language in the contract and subsequently the resolution that spoke to how each entity should engage in serious negotiations prior to a decision being made on an increase in enrollment cap. What you have here reflected in the board memo are the specific criteria that both parties agreed to through council on what constituted serious negotiation. A participation of representatives of the district, the charter school, and both parties' council, in-person meetings on or before February 15th, as well as May 15th, and included in that an opportunity for executive to address the board, there's a typo there, and make a presentation, yikes, before the school board in a regularly scheduled public meeting. We'll fix those typos before this moves forward for the vote at the end of the month. Additionally, the last prong, if you will, of the serious negotiations agreement was that regular communications between the district and the charter school and the council occurred as well. Having done all that, we are recommending that there be no increase in the enrollment cap for executive education for the 2020-2021 school year. At this time, and as you can see, the amount reflected on the memo is approximately based on our $1920 or projections, what the district pays out to executive based on their current enrollment, which I believe, and council can correct me if I'm wrong, hovers around the 915 mark, I believe.
Yes, yes, that's correct. 910.
Yes.
Yes.
910. And so we're looking to remain flat for this upcoming school year. Mr. Parker, is there anything you'd like to add to this discussion?
Just a few words, and thank you, Dr. Brown and Keely, for that. I want to again appreciate executive for some of the conversation that we have had and will continue to have in this regard. This is a conversation that we do not take lightly, and has been a conversation at our level administratively and with the education co-chairs for consideration, and are now bringing to the full board for consideration, as that drives how we communicate back to Mr. Lysick and executive education regarding that request. Anything to add there, Ms. Collins?
No, I think that pretty much summarizes the obligations.
So if there are no more questions, then we're requesting that this move forward to the public meeting at the end of the month for the official vote.
Hi, my hand is raised. I'm not sure if you can see that. I also see Linda Vega's hand is raised.
No,
Yes.
I didn't.
Okay. Yeah, I see it now. Ms. Cheryl Johnson-Watts, can you go?
Yes, I have a question that I would like to ask of Mr. Lysick. I see he's on the second roster, not of panelists, but of attendees. Is that fine, since he's in the audience?
Yeah, that's fine. What's the name again?
Yeah, you have to unmute him.
Bob Lysick, L-Y-S-E-K.
I see it listed as Robert.
Okay, he's unmuted.
Good evening, Mr. Lysick. I have the same 3 questions that I had for Mr. Molina. My first question is, do you participate in a training cohort which brings together superintendents from the school districts as well as leadership from charter schools?
Good evening, Ms. Watson board. Yes, I do. I'm actually graduating from that same superintendent academy that Jose Molina is part of. He's part of cohort 4. I'm graduating from cohort 3.
Okay, so that means it's an earlier group?
An earlier group. Yes, correct. And quarterly, we meet 2 days a week in Harrisburg, or I forget the other locations, but our State College or Harrisburg, we meet 2 days a week every quarter, and we train and brainstorm together with traditional public school superintendents. So it's a combo of charter and traditional public supers and CEOs.
So it's an exchange process as well as direct training from PDE?
Correct. Actually, we had a site visit at executive where supers, we were chosen to be a site. So was Lincoln Leadership, and we had about 10 superintendents from around the state come to executive and collaborate, as well as we then go to other school districts and do brainstorming sessions at the district high schools or central offices. Yes, it is. It's a brainstorming opportunity.
Okay, and then my second question is, what has been your experience so far with COVID-19?
Very good question. We actually adjusted well. Pretty proud of my team. We're able to get out Chromebooks to all students that needed them, approximately 600 to 700 range. We distributed safely. Students were able to utilize our Google Classrooms and then our Zoom classrooms, and we had great success. In my opinion, our attendance was high. We had great participation. We had also group sessions that we ran and just fun activities to bring the student population and our teachers and staff together.
So you said Zoom and Google. Do you mean that these were live sessions, or how was that? I'm not sure.
Yes, we did both. We used Google Education and their platform, the classroom model. And then we also would utilize Zoom weekly or Depending on the classroom and the grades, we utilize Zoom as much as we could, but we like to get FaceTime with our students as often as possible. But it would typically be around a week or once a week. Excuse me, I had to move into another room.
Okay, thank you. And is there anything else that you would like for us to know about your experience with COVID so far?
I think our experience is very similar to Mr. Parker's in ASD and probably any other school in Pennsylvania. It's been a challenge, but we've met the challenge in my opinion, and we're preparing now for the future and what that looks like. But it definitely has been a challenge and a strain on us and our students and families. But we're trying our best to support our families. We actually had a drive-by graduation today. We had 80 seniors graduate, and we did it in a very safe manner. And our parents and staff were happy about the way we're conducting ourselves.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Linda Vega.
So my first question is if this does not get voted in, does that mean that executive can come back next year and ask for the cap change again, or is this a permanent no? That's one of my questions.
Okay, you may take, I'll take that question first and then the others, if you don't mind.
Sure.
So the way that the actual agreement is written, executive and ASD go through a process each year for to decide whether or not there's an increase to the cap. That's the serious negotiation point that Dr. Brown just spoke of. So we've met with executive. Executive has had a presentation to the board. We have some follow-up conversations that we're going to schedule with executive. The conversation today is discussion as we met with the education co-chairs regarding this during the co-chair meeting. The request was to bring it to the full board for discussion, and that discussion then informs and directs the superintendent in kind of continuing that negotiation process with executive for the current year. Each subsequent year of this agreement will go through a process that will be really similar. They'll meet with us, we meet with them. There's a request, and then based on kind of where the district is and what the needs of executive are, we'll kind of negotiate and come to a conclusion.
Okay. My next question was, when was the last time the cap was changed for executive specifically?
Dr. Brown Akili, do you remember, I don't want to misspeak here, but I believe that each of the subsequent years, there was an increase to the cap
Yes.
based on enrollment.
Yes. Under the charter schools prior charter, there were increases to the cap that were grade by grade increases. In approving the renewal charter, the parties negotiated that the cap would be a flat cap, as in other words, total cap of all students of 910 Allentown students subject to annual negotiations.
Okay. And then two more questions. Do we know what that would financially look like for an additional 50 students?
Yes, we do. Jen, can you help me out here? That was a discussion we had with our finance team.
Wasn't it 600? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, you're right, Ms. Conover. It was obviously dependent upon whether the students would be special ed or general ed, but it was somewhere in the range of $500,000 to $600,000
Per year for regular ed only.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then my last question was, part of your negotiations, your serious negotiations, was the financial aspect of it negotiated in any way?
I don't know if I understand your question fully.
So like, is it just a flat rate? I'm just asking a question for general knowledge. So is it just a flat rate per child, or was there room there to negotiate?
You mean for the actual rate per child?
Yeah, for the additional students. But
Okay. So the rate per child is actually a formula that is directed by PDE. So we don't necessarily have the authority over changing that rate per se. I think there's always space and opportunity for any type of negotiations and cost reduction. But as a standard, that the state actually approves what that calculation is for every charter school in the state.
okay, thank you, guys.
Ms. Conover, did you have a question?
No, I did not.
Okay. Ms. Johnson-Watts, do you have another question?
Yes, two. One is for Keely. In terms of that original charter agreement, those increases were part of the rollout, not so much part of a new negotiation, correct?
Correct. Yes. Yes. That's a good point of clarification, Ms. Johnson-Watts. The first charter was essentially the rollout charter or the initial charter for the executive school. And then this is the renewal charter.
Got it. And Dr. Brown, I just want to confirm, you mentioned you discussed it with the finance team. As co-chair of the finance committee, I'm not familiar with this discussion. So am I to perceive that financial matters may be playing into the decision to not increase the cap? Or is it related to EEACS performance and care for our children?
I would say neither. I would say how I would answer or clarify that is just to give our education co-chairs during co-chair discussion an idea of what the cost would be for anything related to this agreement, including overall annual costs. And then the question was asked in our education co-chairs, what would 50 students cost, just as an idea? But as we all know, per our superintendent and per guidelines, fiscal implications are very carefully discussed and outlined for. So that wasn't where we started the discussion. That was just more data to round out the discussion, if you will. And by finance team, I was referring to internally our director of finance and folks that actually house that financial data, since it doesn't live in equity and accountability.
Okay, so this might be a good thing for us and the finance co-chairs to review as well, as we look at some of the decisions that we're making related to our effective budget over the next few years. So, okay, thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate it.
Yep, you're welcome.
I have a couple questions. What percentage of ASD students attend executive? Do we know the answer, Mr. Leslie? Or
I can answer. We have 910 students, ASD students.
oh, okay, they're all ASD students.
Correct.
Okay. And the Future Ready data, how did it match up against ASD?
Our Future Ready data, which we presented at the annual report, was very similar in some regards and better and worse in others. It's one of our biggest challenges being a K-12 is to have the three schools broken out specifically so we can match up. But it was good in areas, and then there was areas we needed to work on, specifically mathematics.
Okay. And have you gotten a plan to do that?
Excuse me?
Have you developed a plan to help with that?
Absolutely. We've developed a plan, and we're continuously adjusting that plan every year to try to strive to get better. We've added director of instruction. a position, director of instruction position for each school. So elementary, middle, and high now has their own, as well as we added 6 intervention teachers, 3 reading and 3 math, specifically to work with, our high profile students to get more focus placed on them to help them. They're the students who typically bring the scores down without skipping a beat with the mainstream population, to really focus on our deficiencies, which we've identified. That's where really our deficiencies are affecting our data. So we have made adjustments. Now we also have a new director of curriculum that's just going to supervise the whole curriculum process, writing, monitoring, and supporting our curriculum, just to get better in any way we can, especially when we identify a weakness. We flow a lot of energy and support to that weakness to get better, and that's every year. That's ongoing.
Thank you. And okay, your graduation rate of your students.
Yes, we graduated all our students this year, all 80. So we're happy to say we did. Over the year, we've lost a few students to moving out of the area, but the core 80 we had for the entire year, which was a shortened year, we graduated today, which was great.
And since we do things together and you're under our umbrella, how often do you meet with Mr. Parker? How many times in this year?
This year we've talked maybe about 6. The year prior we talked about 6. So we communicate well with each other.
Okay, that's all the questions I had. Anyone else have questions? Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Conover?
Yes, I just wanted to say, Ms. Johnson Watts, I think part of my question was that sparked the numbers in the education committee meeting, because when we talked about the 50 additional slots, I automatically, and I remember that I asked, what would that look like? Because I've said this before, I myself had a son in charter schools, and I am a parent who says, we have to do whatever we need to do by educating our kids. But as I sit here on the board, I have to also look at those numbers, and I've always challenged our district, Mr. Parker, you can speak to that. I said, we have to do better, because it's no secret that the district becomes a competitor of the charters. We can't continuously send money out and expect to get what it is that we need in-house, but we also can't expect to call our kids home if we don't have anything to give them when they get there. So I didn't want to be quiet and not say that it was me. I'm an education co-chair. It was me that asked that question about those numbers, and I'm looking at the numbers, and I'm also looking at the outcomes as well. So I just wanted to provide clarity for that. I don't know if Dr. Brown was mixed up. I don't know what she said in that other room with finances. You were in that room, but I know that was the conversation that was had in the room that I was in.
Thank you, Ms. Conover. And the reason I ask is because the conversation never came up in the finance room. So thank you for clarifying that. I did have one other question for Mr. Lysick. You said you have 915 Allentown students. Is that the entire population at Executive?
No, we actually have 910 ASD students, and we have 1,330 students total. So the rest come from out of districts, approximately 14 different districts.
Okay, so 1,300 and 910. Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, that was just hold on. Lisa, did you have another question? Or you
I'm done. I'm just slow pulling my hand down.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Parker.
Yeah, so Ms. Harris, again, this is not an action item. This is discussion. We have a follow-up in progress with Executive. But again, to education co-chairs, the request was to bring this conversation to the larger board on the floor for discussion, so that that would inform the conversations with executive.
Okay. So do we go on to the next item?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, then I'll turn it back to Dr. Brown.
Yes, at this time, we will be having our Executive Director of Elementary and our Director of STEM speak to our summer learning program. This is an action item based on what I'm reading in front of me here. And I believe there's also a presentation that will actually spell out what our virtual learning throughout the summer will look like. So Mr. Cole?
Thank you. Ms. Saylor, if you could turn on screen share for me so I can share my screen.
Go ahead, you should be able to share.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. Like Dr. Brown said, myself and Ms. Sawyer will trade back and forth a bit and go through a quick presentation here tonight just to kind of bring the board up to speed on the summer learning plan. I'm assuming everybody can see the presentation on my screen. Yep. Okay. Thank you. So obviously, this is an unprecedented time, and summer learning is going to look a little different this summer, but one could argue it's never been more important. So I would just kind of like to outline exactly what the district is doing to address summer learning and ensuring that we're providing opportunities for our students to continue engaging over the summer. So first, some of the logistics. So all summer learning is going to continue to utilize a distance learning approach. Summer learning will run from June 29th through August 7th. And the district is fortunate that we'll be able to leverage our significant technology procurement that's been ongoing since COVID to support learners in a virtual space. This summer funding for our summer learning program is being provided through Title I funding, 21st century funding, CSI funding, and for our 12th grade students only, the Gear Up funding. And I believe that is exiting 12th grade students only, but Ms. Sawyer can correct me if I'm wrong. So what we will be using these funds for this year is we are going to be creating 90 virtual elementary classrooms prepared to offer extended learning opportunities to 2,700 elementary students, which is significantly more than we've traditionally been able to offer. But I think perhaps even more exciting, and I say that as the Executive Director of Elementary, is that we will be able to have 182 virtual secondary classrooms, and we will be prepared to offer extended learning opportunities to all secondary students. So every student in grade 6 through outgoing 12 will have the opportunity to engage in summer learning this year. We will also, through the special education department, continue to offer extended school year for select special education students that are eligible, and that will run virtually as well, 5 days a week, and that will go from July 6th to July 24th. So in alignment with our ASD continuity of education plan, summer learning is going to continue to utilize Edgenuity and Odysseyware as the main virtual platform. However, there will be some other opportunities to collaborate using spaces like Google Classroom, as well as Zoom and some of the virtual meeting platforms that have already been discussed here this evening. In addition to kind of the general Odysseyware and Edgenuity curriculum, elementary and secondary students will also be able to receive targeted standards-based instruction that focuses on their specific needs. So whereas during the school year, Edgenuity and Odysseyware were much more prescribed courses that kind of covered specific standards that were aligned with the courses we offered, over the summer we'll have the opportunity to do a much higher degree of customization and really be able to address some of the standards that we know our students need to have addressed, whether that be from data that's being collected historically or specifically standards that we know were missed in some of the instructional time lost during COVID. And again, Ms. Sawyer may be able to speak a little bit more specifically to secondary programming, but will also include opportunities for historic credit recovery. So students that may have had some credit deficiency from years past. This will be an opportunity with the full scale virtual model to be able to go back a few years and recover some of those credits in core subject areas, and then also some enrichment and AP boot camps. As far as enrichment programming, we will continue to be able to offer some enrichment programming this summer. The 21st century cohort funding will be utilized to offer enrichment opportunities during summer learning. So at the elementary level, because it is based on 21st century funding, it has to be housed in schools that have 21st century programs. So they will be offered at Central, Jackson, Ramos, Union Terrace, and they may include some of the activities that are currently being planned, some virtual academic classes offering additional support, similar to what happened during the school year in those schools, some extra office hours or extra teachers that are available to offer some additional support to students. Virtual PE, art and music classes, so some of those related arts classes, some virtual social emotional learning activities with school counselors, as well as some free virtual field trips are being explored. And Ms. Sawyer, I don't know if you want to hop in on any of the other two
Sure.
bullet points here.
Sure. So all the middle schools will be offering algebra enrichment over the summer to start fill in the gaps from missing so much time in school. The high schools are going to be offering Keystone enrichment to get them ready for the upcoming exams in literature, algebra, and biology for those students who may have missed the exam or need to make it up. We're going to be having some AP boot camps to prepare students for some AP courses as they go through 9th, 10th, and 11th grade. So that'll increase the numbers that we have going into AP courses as well. And then English language enrichment will happen for newcomer students, as we have done in the past as well.
So moving into some Gear Up summer programming, Historia, you can go ahead.
So we have the opportunity again this year to use our Gear Up funds to offer summer programming that's very specific for our 12th grade students that are graduating 12th grade students. And what they've decided to do is working with PASHI. PASHI is going to be giving all students that are going out to colleges and PASHI schools and Northampton and L-Tri-C, they'll be getting computers through those schools through the Gear Up grant. But part of that too is we wanted to make sure that we offered some sort of prep for success program. So we came up with the class of 2020 PFS Prep for Success program that will be students in 12th grade will get personally invited according to, several different criteria to continue DL learning if they, might not have finished things and they want to work some things through, really to get them more college and career readiness boot camp to prepare them for what it's going to be like for their first year in college and or what it's going to be like, for their first year out of high school and in the workforce. So the courses will be designed to help them, navigate through their first post-secondary year.
As far as some success measuring and how we'll monitor student success at the elementary level, we will use some pre and post data to identify mastery of identified standards. So we're really going to be measuring kind of two different things. So the first opportunity here will be a chance for students to complete the coursework they've started during the school year. So this is specifically targeted towards students that perhaps had technology issues or were not able to access technology initially, or really struggled to progress through their coursework. So they'll have the opportunity to complete their kind of grade level specific and design course to make sure that they're having an opportunity to attain all of the standards in the current grade. So for example, if I'm a third grade student that didn't get a computer until late May, I'd have the opportunity to complete my ELA and my math coursework so that I can be sure that I've met all of those standards for the school year. So what we'll be measuring is their current score of the coursework they're in at the beginning of the summer and track that towards the end of the summer. Additionally, we'll be able to monitor course completion for students as they work through what we're going to call DL2 or kind of gap courses. So those will be those specially targeted courses that will be designed specifically to address some of the standards by grade level that our students need some remediation in, as well as providing them the opportunity to access what's called Spark, which is a component of Edgenuity, or excuse me, Odyssey, where at the elementary level, that is really tailored to the individual student needs. So that's kind of the student takes a pretest and the course is placed within exactly what they need. And again, all of that will be supported by ongoing support from the classroom teacher, both asynchronously through posting of additional resources and additional lessons, but then also live face-to-face, or as close as we can get face-to-face in a virtual environment through either Google Meets or Zoom.
The secondary level, it will be somewhat similar, but as in true secondary fashion, there will be some differences. Edgenuity gives us the opportunity to do pre and post assessments. So students will be able to go into a course, take a pre-assessment, figure out where they are in those standards, and do something very similar to elementary, where we're trying to fill in the gaps of learning for these students in math, ELA, and science in the middle and high school grades. We will be able to pinpoint students that need to continue on with their DL courses, and we'll be inviting those students to come to summer school to continue that work so they can finish those courses. And then we will also be working on what Mr. Cole was saying earlier, some high school credit recovery for some students that might have had a deficiency in credit pre-COVID. So it's going to allow us to actually fill in the gaps for many students who might have had a historical credit deficiency to really get them ready for graduation.
So as far as some communication and outreach highlights, so while at elementary we are able to offer 2,700 spots, obviously we're going to want to make sure that we're doing some prioritization. And even at the secondary level, where again every secondary student will be able to have access to summer learning, we want to make sure that we are specifically targeting some students that are of particular risk or of particular need. So we will be prioritizing some of those groups and making sure that we're explicitly reaching out to some of those students and families. So again, IEP students, L students, students that we know for a fact we're not able to access technology until later in the school year. So some of those students will be specifically targeted and reached out to beyond just the general kind of mass invites, again, particularly at the secondary level where we have spots for everybody. We'll be posting on the mobile app, social media outlets, school and district websites. I can tell you already that schools have begun utilizing Google Classroom, Class Dojo, Remind apps, all of those platforms that they traditionally communicate with families through to specifically reach out to those targeted students. And then again, as we kind of wrap up the school year and move into heavy summer school recruitment time, sending out school messenger calls and then emails. One of the few, but one of the positive outcomes of COVID is we've really greatly increased our ability to utilize emails with our parents and our families, and collected many emails. And that's really been a great door that's opened to open communication to many of our families. Additionally, we're developing and have developed some parent orientation materials to really enable our parents to not only hear from the schools and be invited to summer school and learn about it, but also to be able to become partners in educating their students and making sure that we're providing them the tools and the knowledge that those families need to collaborate with the district. So there'll be a summer learning landing page hosted on the ASD homepage. We'll be shared out at all school pages and social media channels as well. And we're developing a really robust set of parent resources and materials, including some resources for actual specific support activities at home. So what are some activities you can do at home or in the community that really support some of those learnings that we're trying to achieve in the summer, as well as some training materials for virtual platforms, ongoing parent support through Let's Talk. That's really expanded during this time and has proved to be a really effective communication channel. Some parent support technology FAQs are being developed. So that is not only device specific, but also platform specific. What do you do when Zoom breaks down, or what do you do if the Chromebook won't turn on? So some of those supports, and then as well, Mr. Sang and the Virtual Academy team are developing a virtual orientation hosted by the BA team, and really kind of providing opportunities for parents to really understand the platforms that their students will be engaging with over the course of the summer. As far as ESY, and I know Mr. Sickett's on the line, but just kind of a high level overview. So extended school year is a 4-week program, again, begins July 6th and runs to the 24th. It utilizes the virtual unique curriculum, which is a curriculum for self-contained special education. Many of our special education students were engaged with that during the school year. There are 369 students that qualify for ESY, and they are being individually invited to participate. And that outreach has been ongoing for quite a while, and some types of supports that are included. So some of the students that would be invited would be MDS, AS, our life skills students, emotional support students, and those students in the SITES program. Non-ESY students with IEPs will absolutely be included in our district summer learning, and will be one of our priority students, as I had alluded to earlier. So at the elementary level, that's about 600 students. Secondary, that's about 12 or about 1,300. So those will certainly be high priority students, and they will be tier 1 invites at the elementary level, but then also tier 1 outreach at the high school level. ESOL students will also be included in virtual learning at every ASD school. And again, there's some numbers there. So again, that IEP and ESOL student will be a very, very prioritized, targeted invite, as well as them having the opportunity, the ESOL students, the opportunity to engage in virtual summer programs for those students that are at the newcomer academies. So each newcomer academy will be offering their own virtual summer learning. Alternative learning, ironically, so the alt ed program is one that's going to run relatively similarly to how it's run in the past, just because they've kind of been operating in this virtual space to some regard. So their students in alt ed will be serviced at their home schools. Mr. Sang, correct me if I misspeak anything here, but they will be served at their home school for summer school like they have traditionally, and then Credit Advantage and some of the virtual academy students you can see outlined there will have the opportunity to essentially continue their virtual learning in the manner that they've been seeing, as they've already been virtual. And that concludes our presentation.
Okay, so Scott, I have a couple questions.
Sure.
You were saying that the 21st century cohort, you're going to be doing 4 schools. What's going to be happening to the other 11 elementary schools?
As far as enrichment opportunities?
Yeah.
So they won't have funding to support any of those additional programs that 21st Century does, but they will have the opportunity through the classroom teachers in that Google Classroom format to offer some of those enrichment opportunities. It just won't be formalized and organized under the 21st Century cohort. So
they still will have a summer program?
Yes, no, they're absolutely going to have a summer program.
Okay, that's what I was worried about that.
Yes,
Okay.
no, the 21st, I'm glad you asked that, Ms. Harris. So the 21st Century just has some specific funding set aside for enrichment at those schools.
Okay.
All schools will have access to summer school, absolutely.
Now, when it comes to the devices, is it still just one per family, or are we getting more devices to our students?
There are more, it is more than one per family.
Okay. Is it more, are we going towards one per student, or what are you telling me?
Oh, so I'll take this question. At this point, we have devices for every student in the district that needs a device. All of the schools have been handing out devices to children on a rolling basis. Parents are making contact, and even now for students that have not, for whatever reason, been able to make contact, we have a number of families that moved, left the area, or just weren't coming out of houses during COVID. So we have some devices that we mailed to students, but we are still open. This board made a purchase of 8,000 devices and we are working to ensure that every student in the district that needs the device has access. And then ultimately, we're going to make sure that every student in the district has a device, but focusing on need first. But every student, and if there's someone watching the video that knows a child that has had an issue making contact for whatever reason, they can reach out through the Let's Talk module on the website or the app, or they can call or email central office. But every school is open for business, and those devices are there for children.
I just have a question about that. I know the communications team is doing that, but you know, that's still not exactly getting the message out there. Is there any way we can be on the radio stations that the most of the parents listen to, La Vega and Latina, and even our WLEV one or whatever? Can we just do a small advertisement on that one for a week or so we can really get this message out?
I believe
That's something
that,
for you to discuss. It's something to think about.
no, I do believe that they have that built into the communication plan for the summer programming and the devices.
Okay, thank you.
And Ms. Harris, just so you know as well, so we kind of have an online registration for parents that have access to online, but also the building levels when they're individually calling and reaching out to students, we have a bit of an enrollment script so that we can kind of capture some information. And one of the questions we ask is, do you have a device? Is it a district device? If it's not, do you need one? Do you need more? So we are, as we're enrolling students, making sure they have the tools that they'll need to access that this summer.
I just want to make sure we have every tool available to us, especially when it comes to communication. Their radio stations are major. Everybody listens to them, especially the parents. And if we make sure that we are putting that message out there, then we can get better communication and they can call in for those devices. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, is this, Dr. Brown, is this an action item or?
No, this was discussion.
Okay, discussion. All right then. So I hand it back over to you.
But I have a question, and Ms. Johnson-Watts has her hand up too.
I'm sorry. Sarah, go ahead.
Cheryl had hers up first, so she can go first.
Okay.
First of all, Mr. Cole, thank you for the presentation. I have to tell you, Ms. Sawyer, my heart dropped when I saw you on the screen. And that is because every year I've been fortunate since 2017 to attend the science fair, and there wasn't one this year. And my concern is, how do we, I keep hearing enrichment being mentioned at different points. Is there some way that we're going to be able to showcase, because some of our students do these things anyway, like even if you didn't have an official science fair, some of our students do like to tinker and do things on their own. Is there any way, maybe the communications department or what, any way that we can kind of let the students display the kinds of things they've been exploring over this summer?
So one of the things that I've already done and have been working on is getting the students that have their projects finished submitted to the virtual science fair with Da Vinci Science Center. So we already have that, and I believe the virtual science fair is going to go active this weekend. So as soon as I have that information, I will have it shared out, just so you know.
Okay,
I was very sad that we did not have a science fair.
Oh my gosh, that is the greatest news I've heard in quite some time. Thank you. Thank you. And then my other question is, in terms of logistics, I wasn't sure if everyone within the district will be returning their computers, and then there's a distribution to the people that fall into these categories. How is that happening?
So the plan right now is, rather than do that, that we'll let those students maintain their devices that they have borrowed currently through the summer, and then we will do device return at the beginning of next school year, assuming we return to a full-blown kind of physical presence, knowing that there is the opportunity that there may need to be some kind of hybrid model going into next school year. We would certainly revisit that, and that will be part of our return to school plan.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Ms. Brace?
So for the for the number of kids, the middle school and high school all can go, and then you said elementary, there's 2,700 spots. And then you were kind of breaking down groups of the special ed, the kids with IEPs and ESOL. And I don't remember what the exact IEP number was, but between ESOL and IEP, it was over 2,000. So does that mean there's less than 700 spots for regular ed kids, or is that 2,700 spots plus the other spots?
No, so as it currently stands now, there are 2,700 spots available for elementary. Now, that is significantly more than traditionally we have done. And I do think if we do find that we're coming very near to that enrollment cap, I think there may be some opportunity to reevaluate and see if we can't do some adjusting to try to accommodate more students at the elementary level. But at 2,700, we're significantly greater than kind of the traditional summer enrollment. Again, but knowing that we may need to have some flexibility, it's certainly something that we've started some contingency planning around, Ms. Brace, because obviously we want to offer as much as we can, but recognizing that there are some limitations to how many kids we can serve, but we can certainly reconfigure what that looks like.
Okay, and is that where if you find, because obviously it's not required for the middle school and high school kids to be in it. So if you find kids aren't using their spots in middle school and high school, are you able to just pop them over to elementary instead? Or I don't know how funding is going for this. So are you able to take middle school kids' spots and transfer them to elementary school?
So that would obviously be something we'd have to explore. I know Dr. Brown oversees the grants department. I don't know if you could speak to the funding streams there, Dr. Brown, at all?
Sure. So I think to answer your question as most transparently as we could, academics would have to talk about being able to substitute spots between academic levels. So I don't have that answer. In terms of funding, what I will share is that our annual summer school funding has been reduced this year. One of our primary funding sources at the elementary level, which historically has been the United Way, is not there for funding this summer, which is why there's been ultimately an impact or reduction in how many spots that we are able to offer. So I can offer that with regard to funding, but in terms of swapping out, I would defer back to Mr. Cole and or Ms. Sawyer.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, and I would say certainly as long as funding would allow it, that could certainly be an avenue that we as an academic team would explore.
Okay. I'm happy that it's more kids than normal. It's a weird year, and our kids may need the action. And then the other question I have is, I know we're still in yellow in Lehigh County, but if we were to bop to green at some point, is there any way that, like, towards the end of the summer program, that it could be I don't want to say a practice test, but like a way for us to see if our next year's plan is going to work in the school, and having these smaller groups of kids potentially come in our buildings and be taught just to see what it's like to teach a kid in a COVID classroom? Does that make sense?
Yeah, so some pressure testing for the small classroom model.
Yes.
I think that's absolutely something we could do.
Okay. All right, that's all I had.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Brown.
Okay, so our next item that we are presenting to the board for approval speaks to our ATSI school improvement plans. And I'm actually going to yield a bit of the board reading and summarization to Ms. Missy Smith, our Director of Grants, solely because she played a key role in getting this work off the ground when we were functioning or serving as one of the pilot districts when this work originally started 2 years ago. So Ms. Smith, if you could begin with the board memo, and then we'll move into the presentation. Oh, I'm sorry, it must be late. That is not the next item. Thank you, Mr. Cole. My apologies. Community Services for Children. Mr. Cole, you are up again.
Great, thank you. And Ms. Saylor, I see you putting the memo up there. Thank you. Tonight, I would like to request the board's approval to enter into a collaboration with Community Services for Children Incorporated, Head Start Lehigh Valley, to provide space for the delivery of early childhood education services at Jackson and Lincoln or Elementary Newcomer for up to 37 children and their families for the period beginning of August 1st, 2020 and ending on August 31st, 2021. I won't read the entirety of the memo here, but to kind of encapsulate it, what it is Head Start is a national program that provides early education and then other social services as deemed necessary by the families to ensure that students are able to enter school ready and to achieve school success. Head Start, particularly in Allentown, serves low-income families at or below the federal poverty level, and with the average income of the Allentown Head Start families being at about $12,000 per year. In addition to serving, the most financially needy, Head Start also must serve 10% of their students be children with disabilities, and they must provide 2/3 of the child's daily nutritional needs. How it will affect students. This collaboration between Community Services for Children and the Allentown School District supports the development and implementing of a high-quality early education model of collaboration that maximizes the use of available resources and ensures that all eligible children are ready for school and families are positioned for success. It ensures a smooth and supportive transitions for children and their families. How much does it cost and how will it be funded? The district will not provide any funding beyond the current cost already provided to operate Lincoln and Jackson buildings. Head Start children do qualify for free lunch, which will be provided by ASD. The district will invoice CSC for any adult meals associated with their program. There is no source of funds, nor is matching required. Cost is accounted for in the current budget in the operational cost for Jackson and Lincoln. And this has been reviewed by the solicitor. Thank you.
I think there's a hand up, Ms. Harris.
Okay. Ms. Brace.
Do we know that all 37 kids are from the Allentown School District? I know, this is our last year was the first year we collaborated, and I remember I asked that and they couldn't really give an answer because they weren't sure who was enrolled yet. But do you know if last year all those kids were ASD kids or if they came from other districts?
Yeah, so to the best of my knowledge, they were all Allentown School District kids. We do engage in some degree of information sharing back and forth with directory information. So addresses were certainly all Allentown addresses. I could certainly reach out and verify for 100% that all 37. I wouldn't be able to speak to that, but to the best of my knowledge, yes, they were all Allentown.
Okay, thank you. That was it.
Okay, Dr. Brown, this is an action item.
Yes, this is an action item. We're requesting to move forward to the voting meeting at the end of the month.
Ms. Harris, I'll make the motion.
Anyone to
And I'll second.
Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? All right, ayes have it, motion is carried. To our next board meeting. Dr. Brown.
Great. So now we are at our school improvement ATSI plan presentation. Again, I will yield this time to Ms. Smith because, as I said, she was an instrumental part in getting this work off the ground 2 years ago. And Missy, you can go ahead and take it from here, and then I'll rejoin the conversation with the presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. Good evening. Tonight, I am excited to present this board memo to you. For the past 2 years, ASD has been on a journey of continuous school improvement with the support and collaboration with PDE. This year, all schools, regardless of their designation, will be completing a school improvement plan that emphasizes continuous improvement through ongoing monitoring and utilizing evidence-based strategies to guide their plans. Tonight, as Dr. Brown said, we are going to be sharing information about our ATSI schools. Tonight, we're requesting the board's approval of the additional targeted support and improvement plans for Lewis E. Dieroff High School and William Allen High School as a result of their ATSI designation rendered by the Pennsylvania Department of Education. Each school's plan is going to emphasize continuous school improvement with an emphasis on specific student groups that have historically experienced low achievement within each school's population. Dieroff has a designation for their ATSI with their English language learners and their students with IEPs. Allen has it with English language learners, their Hispanic subgroup, and students with IEPs. This year, it's important to note that both Dieroff and Allen received additional designations called TSI, which is targeted support and improvement for other subgroups within their buildings. It is important to know that those subgroups were looked at and their data was analyzed as Allen and Dieroff were creating their plans to ensure that they were embedded within the school plans as well. How is this going to impact students? We are creating an alignment between our building level school improvement plans and our district comprehensive plan, as well as the strategic framework. This will also aim to improve ELA and math achievement rates, graduation rates, English language proficiency, attendance rates, career standards benchmarks, and for all of the student groups listed above. Dr. Brown, I'm going to turn it back over to you so you can begin your presentation.
Perfect. Let's see if I'm able to share my screen. Okay, we would actually be remiss if we didn't use this as an opportunity, not only to explain a little bit or go back for our community and talk about how we came to this moment, but also to use this moment to show how we are trying to move the district into alignment with our departments as well as our schools when it comes to school improvement planning. And so, as you are aware, we always go back to our strategic framework as being one of those primary organizational driver documents that really set forth the vision of our school board of directors and the vision of our superintendent as well. So that is what we have here. We will begin to talk about this work as it's framed out and spoken to in that historical work that we began back in the 17-18 school year. We always refer to those roadmaps, our strategic framework, our curriculum audit, and our fiscal audit. And in this case of school improvement, and as Missy spoke to, our participation in school improvement pilot back in the spring of 2018, where there were only 3 districts in the Commonwealth. Out of the 500 districts in the Commonwealth, there were only 3 that participated in the school improvement pilot. From our strategic framework came our theory of action, which you will begin to see the alignment and how our buildings were able to operationalize this theory of action for their own buildings, staff, students, and families, but again, supporting that direct alignment of our system that was historically misaligned in this critical area. We talked historically about the new organizational behaviors and expectations that are rooted in those district roadmaps, our curriculum audit, our strategic framework, and our fiscal audit. The whole notion of equitable allocation of resources, continuous improvement of instruction, district-wide centered supports, effective use of data, and developing and calibrating our leadership, all in support of our mission and our vision for our district and our building subsequently. When it comes to the fiscal audit, it's important to remember as we're moving toward alignment the fiscal implications that resulted in the poor achievement and academic inequity within our buildings. So while our students and our subgroups presented certain needs, oftentimes it was difficult to address those needs because of a number of issues fiscally, not just our deficit or our decreasing fund balance, but our solvency rate and our inability to prioritize and really use our budget document and our budget practices as value statements to say what we actually needed to prioritize for our buildings and our students and families. This slide speaks to that. I didn't advance. For our curriculum audit, which really is the sort of core information that informs our school improvement work, just a reminder to our board and our community that our curriculum audit still a very live, living document that guides the work that we do. Our district was, as you know, audited along these 5 standards, and the 3 that speak out specifically to school improvement was the first standard, governance and control, as well as standards 3, connectivity and system equity, and standard 4 in the area of assessment and feedback at both the student and the teacher level. Specifically, if you're looking for a reference, direct reference in our curriculum audit, finding 1.2 spoke to planning within the district and how we at that time had a solid foundation rooted in the strategic framework. But in order for effective planning to really take place, the auditors found that the district and building level needed to enact change and maintain consistency throughout the system through our planning. And so there was an analysis of our planning on 3 levels. Auditors looked at our strategic framework. They looked at our district comprehensive plan, which is supported at the building level by school improvement plans and goals as well. And what they came to find is that we really had to do some alignment work in the areas of policy, our vision statements, data-driven practices, our budgeting and timing, our routine decisions, making sure that areas of our planning were actionable, making sure that all planning was fluid and emergent so that they weren't these stagnant documents, but documents that continue to evolve and develop. And then lastly, aligned with PD. And in those 8 areas that you see represented there, our district was found to have 0% adequacy in all of those areas. So there was acute misalignment, if you will, in the area of planning at our district, departmental, and building level. As our audit moved into school improvement, the auditors found that, and they analyzed our school improvement plans that were available at that time. And they also used 8 criteria, which I won't read for you, but they're reflected there on the screen. And what they were looking for was the quality of the design, delivery, and deployment of the plans. The same characteristics, if you will, that our district level plans were examined by. And what they found is that while the plans, again, were inadequate, there were, I think, 3 areas in school planning that we were partially adequate in, but again, we had a 0% adequacy rate in school level planning. They found that our plans needed to be better developed, but there also needed to be a tight line of control between district and school level plans while we still allowed for flexibility and creativity at the building level. And so again, this is just to give you an idea of how this work is super exciting because we're noticing and realizing some positive outcomes of the alignment that we needed to have in this district in order to begin to move the needle, not just on student achievement, but before that, organizational effectiveness and accountability, as we spoke to and identified as a priority in our strategic framework. So lastly, just a reminder, within our curriculum audit, out of all of the 19 findings, there were 7 areas of recommendation. And out of those 7 areas of recommendation, 3 were relevant to the school improvement planning process. First, within planning, our plans needed to be clear, consistent, well communicated, and absolutely use performance data to identify gaps. And you'll hear that as our principals come forth and talk about their plans, but really discuss equity in terms of subgroup achievement and practices, instructional practices used to target specific subgroups. In recommendation area 5, our school improvement plans absolutely prioritize equity. There is a section specifically carved out within the plans for equity considerations. Along with that comes quality monitoring, and then again, that connectivity between equity at all levels of our system, which we know relates to our district level, our departmental level, and our building level planning documents. So at this time, Mr. Mayfield is going to need to share his screen. Both principals, Mr. McCool and Mr. Mayfield, will give you some highlights of their plans, and their plans will focus really on 3 areas. The ready phase, where they'll share their vision that they have for their buildings, which directly aligns with the district vision. They'll share some of the set discussion, which set really talks about data and those equity considerations I mentioned. And then lastly, the go phase of their
I'm in a meeting. Hey.
And then lastly, the go phase of their planning process, which speaks to the use of evidence-based strategies aligned with professional development needs, as well as some actionable steps that will be taken at the building level. So at this time, we'll ask that Mr. Mayfield be able to share. I will stop sharing, and we'll allow the Allen team to begin to share and pick up the presentation from there.
Can we stop for just one moment, Dr. Brown? We have people who have questions.
Sure.
Okay, Ms. Watts.
Hi, thank you. I'm trying to understand the asterisk and the subgroups on the memo page.
Yes, the asterisk next to the subgroups on the memo indicates, and there should be a line there in the memo, I can't see it right now, but that indicates that those subgroups were, or let me rephrase that, the buildings were identified as targeted school improvement for those subgroups with an asterisk. So each of our high schools have 2 designations. Their 3-year designation is the ATSI designation, and those subgroups do not have an asterisk. Their TSI designation is an annual designation, and those subgroups are the ones that you see reflected with an asterisk next to them.
Okay, so I did look at that paragraph that goes with the asterisk, but I wasn't sure if that meant that when it comes to Darragh High School, only English learners are funded through TSI. And when it comes to William Allen, only English learners and Hispanic students are funded through TSI. I wasn't sure how to interpret those 2 boxes.
Right. So there is no funding associated with TSI. This memo and this discussion is solely about academics and school improvement. If there is a mention of funding, the mention is that there's no funding associated with TSI nor ATSI. Our buildings are charged with strategically using their building level Title I funds for funding to support these groups, because the funding was only associated with CSI schools, which in our district is our middle schools.
So when you say there are no supports, do you mean that we at ASD do not have the capacity to support these specific subgroups? Or do you mean that the Pennsylvania Department of Education does not provide supports? What I'm trying to understand better.
So at the district level, we do not have specific funds as we do with our CSI schools to fund and pay for specific initiatives like we do with CSI. So CSI has CSI schools, middle schools have the benefit of CSI funds and title funds. Our high schools do not have that benefit. They have one pot, their Title I funds, well, 2, and their operating budgets. In terms of other supports, if you're talking about manpower, human resources, I would argue that that would be limited as well, given our deficit and our ability to hire in gaps where we know that we have capacity issues.
So, and also so that I can be clear, if there is a distinction between the schools or if this is a typo. I see Hispanic with an asterisk on Deriv, and I see Hispanic without an asterisk on William Allen.
And so ask your question again.
I just want to make sure that I'm properly interpreting this in comparing the two different campuses, two different school buildings.
So I believe that Mr. Mayfield can speak to which subgroups he's been identified for which designation. I don't have the information up in front of me, but Mr. Mayfield, can you answer that? Which subgroups have you been identified for TSI?
The two additional groups were our economically disadvantaged and Black. The other three groups that we are dealing with are our Hispanic, our English language learners, and our students with disabilities group.
Right, so that is why there's no asterisk next to Hispanic for Allen, because they were identified during ATSI, and the asterisk only reflects or indicates TSI subgroups. So there, if Hispanic was an ATSI designation, that is why there's no asterisk there.
Got it. So if it existed before this whole process, it doesn't have an asterisk.
I would say it's not about existing before this whole process. I don't know what you're referring to.
I don't know how to interpret it. I'm sorry. I really don't, and I'm trying my best.
If there's an asterisk, that's a TSI designation. That's an annual 1-year designation. If there is no asterisk, that is an ATSI designation. That's a 3-year designation.
So
got it. Okay. And then I see the word white in Deriv, but I don't see it in Allen. And the reason that is what distinguishes those two?
So I can't see it in front of me. I don't have the board memo up, but it's the same thing. If white is identified, then that is a group that particular building received a designation for. If there is an asterisk next to white, then that would mean that asterisk. Okay, thank you. So white next to Deriv has an asterisk. What that means is white subgroup is a TSI designation. Any subgroup with an asterisk next to it, we received a TSI, targeted support improvement, because that particular subgroup didn't perform well on an annual evaluation. The TSI designation is an annual designation and the most recent designation that our schools have received. If there's no asterisk, it's an ATSI designation, which is 3-year annual. So,
okay.
For example, Deriv, during the ATSI designation, English learners was the group that was identified for Deriv. For TSI, African American, economically disadvantaged, Hispanic, and white were identified for them.
Okay, and so for Allen, there are no white students that comprise that category at Allen. Is that what I should take away?
No, that means that the white subgroup at Allen performed adequately, so they were not designated by the state.
Correct.
Got it. Okay, thank you so much. The only thing I can go by is this memo. So I want to be sure I'm interpreting this correctly, and I may not be the only one confused. So thank you for clarifying.
You're welcome.
Okay, I'm ready, Dr. Brown. Thank you so much.
I think Lisa Conover had.
Okay.
Did you have your hand up, Lisa?
I had it up, but then I put it, my question was, I was wondering if the charters go through the same type of designation. That was just a question.
Yes, there are charters that have designations, and at the time, I cannot remember executive education or any other charters designations, but we can look them up for you. But yes, charters are accountable through the Future Ready system and receive ESSA designations as well.
Okay, Dr. Brown, I have one more question. When you're going through the strategic framework, you said a theory of action.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so how are we going to turn that theory of action into the practical part where we get data?
And so the practical application piece happens on all the levels, it has to. So our data collection begins at the district level in those goal areas. Our theory of action ultimately converts into those goal areas. And so if you look through the strategic framework, each goal area has indicators, variables, if you will, that we believed at the time, before we even had any of this work come to fruition, we would be able to measure. And so we are able to measure it, and we will be able to update the strategic framework going forward. As you move down levels, departments should be able to articulate and operationalize those goals as well. Our buildings, you will now begin to see how their work is operationalized within the strategic framework through their school improvement plans. So they will speak to goal areas. They will pull and align and show you where there's direct alignment between what they're doing and the strategic framework. So the operationalizing, if you will roll out at 3 levels. What may be hindering some of the communication is this whole notion of incremental change and all that we've been engaged in our district from the onset of our new leadership. And that goes back to living through the audits. Most of the audits took, a significant amount of time, moving through the school improvement and the new rollouts at the Department of Education level. All of that had an impact on how fast we can move this change work, because essentially that's what school improvement is. And we're now beginning to position ourselves where we will actually have viable data related to each goal area, which ultimately is our theory of action. Does that help?
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. So Mr. Mayfield, I think we're ready for you at this point.
Okay, no problem. First of all, good evening, everyone. I'm happy to be part of this piece, and I want you all to understand where we're coming from William Allen. It is fitting right now for me to say this. This presentation tonight is dedicated to the unprecedented Canary class of 2020. We are all humbled by COVID-19. We were stunned by the recent incidents in Minnesota, but yet we're still driven. This class is still driven. They're determined, they're dedicated, and they desire to be successful. And with that said, we're going to do all we can to continue to serve others. We're going to do the best we can for this graduating class that's going to go out and now be our future leaders. And with that said, I want to start sharing our program. I'm clicking it right now. Can everyone see that?
Yes.
And right off the bat, I want Ms. Harris to understand that the theory of action, I can give you a page number and a couple of sightings that you can go to later. You don't have to look it up right now, but a lot of our program is tied right into the strategic plan and the strategic framework. This is my second year back in ASD, and this work started prior to me arriving. This plan is mirroring the efforts, the work, the protocols that were in place, that were established by the groups, the core academic team, the superintendent, the school board, Dr. Brown. There were a lot of people that had to respond to that audit that was ugly. And it is from all of those things that we're putting this work into this plan. And it starts off with the William Allen High School School Improvement Plan. We're moving upward for the ready. The ASD vision is our vision. Each and every student, with the active support of the entire community, will graduate ready to thrive in a diverse and complex world. This is straight from the strategic plan. We are mirroring exactly what the work and the blueprint for us needs to be. When we go with SET, if you look at that little scribe to the top right there, it says all student data. This is from the 18-19 school year. The 33.5% proficient or advanced in ELA. The academic growth score is a 71. The 26.6% proficient or advanced in mathematics academic growth score is a 50. The 23.6% proficient or advanced in science academic growth score is a 55. 81.8% met the career standards benchmark. The graduation rate of four-year cohort, the four-year cohort is 69.1%. The graduation rate of a five-year cohort is 71.71%. Our regular attendance rate is a 56.2. These are the data pieces that get us set for the work we have to do. We know we've got work to do, but here's the data that now supports and drives what it is we're going to do. When we go into our targeted subgroups, and these are the designations: English language learners, students with disabilities, our Hispanic students, our Black students, and then our economically disadvantaged students. The ones on the lower part of this reflection are the newest ones designated to us. And then what you see across the top there are the proficiencies in English language, math, and in science. Yes, these are the data points. This is what gets us set. This is what is driving this program. This is where the focus of what we have to do is coming from. Targeted subgroup for 2018, 2019 continuing. We're looking at the graduation rate and we're looking at the attendance rate. And when you look at those rates, this is what's driving the work that we're trying to do for our English language learners, our students with disabilities, again, the Hispanic, Black students, and our economically disadvantaged. These are the data points that are setting the stage for us and driving the work for us. Again, some of the strengths, which helps us. We talk about some of the small celebrations. The academic growth score for our English language students was 71. This is higher than the state average, so they are showing some improvement. In 2018 and 19, our ELs showed an increase in proficiency, 6% in mathematics from the 2017 comparison of 5.2. In 2018-19, you can see right there that our SWD group, the students with disabilities, showed an increase, 14.3% from 2017, 13%. That's mathematics. Instructional coaching, which is part of what we introduced to help us with our evidence-based and research-based teaching strategies, was specific to these particular students' needs in literacy and in English. And the co-teaching model, which also benefited from that coaching, directly impacted the students in the subgroups. And another strength, our professional learning was driven by the very needs of our students, but as reflected and indicated in the data. And this was focused on through our data-driven needs component as we structured this program. Additional set strengths, STAR growth, which is the measurement we use for the students in our targeted subgroups, the 49.3% of English language learners, the 51% of students with disabilities, and the 55.7% of Hispanic students met the goal that we had established for 35. And I would like Ms. Kloiber to brag a little more, because here's what COVID did to us. This is what was going on pre-COVID. So these students were already on an upward trajectory before we were shut down by COVID. So we have no idea of saying how they would have finished, but this is where they were before we had to shut down. And we were anticipating them to continue this type of trajectory prior to the shutdown. So that is a strength we are really proud of. We won't know the outcome of it because we won't have a chance to finish it the way we started. The second piece there is talking about math for the targeted subgroups, 47% English language learners, 51.1% were the students with disabilities, and 53.1% were the Hispanic group. And they met the goal, and this was up until the benchmark 3. And we have a sub note at the bottom because these benchmarks were prior to us being shut down by COVID.
Mr. Mayfield.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna go back for the last 2 slides. I see that everyone else is doing better. Where are our Black students? I don't see them meeting their goals or being part of that strength.
These reflections were from the previous years. Our Black students were designated this particular year. They were just new. So for what we have to reflect on our Black students, I don't have that in this particular presentation. The data you have there based on this school improvement plan was based upon the subgroups that were already designated. The Black students and our economically disadvantaged were added to us this year.
Okay, so we'll get the data next year. Because that
Correct.
confirms me.
Correct. Absolutely. So as we look at our priorities for 2021, and thank you for that question, and we look at GO, we have an if-then statement. This is how we are driving the work. And this is directly connected. And I'm glad you asked that question, Phoebe, because this is straight from the theory of action. This is straight from the strategic framework. If we promote and sustain a positive school environment where all members feel welcome, supported, and safe in school, then all staff and faculty will engage in restorative practices with fidelity, and students will attend school more regularly. This is in line with the ASD framework, the theory of action, and it's specifically connected to the cultivated culture in which students feel safe, valued, and nurtured. The second part of that on the bottom of this presentation slide is if we effectively implement evidence-based instructional strategies to meet the diverse learning needs, teachers will then differentiate instruction to address student needs, and students will demonstrate growth and improved achievement. These two pieces right here tie right into the previous data that you saw. And this is how we're doing our work. This is how we're driving. This is the GO part of it. Additional GO is the goals for 2021. By June 2021, we would like to have 100% of all of our staff and faculty be trained or retrained in restorative practices. We would like to see regular attendance improve to 75%. We would like 100% of our teachers to implement strategies and techniques that address student literacy needs as evidenced by the data collected during the walkthroughs and observations, which will be ongoing through a school year. Now, all of this ties right into the work that we're putting into this plan. We're going to use all of that, continue with the coaching, with the subgroups that we have demonstrating the growth that you see there of SGP in STAR, the 35 in STAR. This is how we're driving the GO. A continuing piece with that is we've already identified that the coaching has worked, but so now we want to continue to identify and implement those evidence-based strategies for literacy for all content areas. We do have designated groups, but literacy is what's really striking us in a bad way in all subject areas. We want to provide ongoing professional learning supported by instructional coaching, which is what we started this year. We want to continue that in the areas of literacy, mathematics, English language development, and the co-teaching. We want to continue that. And then we want to train and retrain the staff and faculty in restorative practices. Collaboration regularly to share best practices and discuss the data. We have to use these pieces to get better. We can't just have data, not talk about it, not share best practices, and not implement it moving forward. And then finally, we're proud over here at Canary Nation. We want our students to catch that wave and value, because we all value the education. But all of this is tied up into the strategic plan, aligned with the strategic plan and the work that had been put down for us to follow. So I thank the school board, I thank the executive team, the core leadership team, Dr. Brown and Missy, for their input in helping us do this. And also the CLIU with Mr. Leck and Mr. Heater. They've been involved in helping us put all this together too.
Mr. Mayfield, what does WAVE stand for?
The WAVE stands for We All Value Education. You see that canary is not surfing on a surfboard. That canary is surfing on books. And in order for you to be successful, we need you to ride those books to your success. That's what the WAVE stands for.
Dr. Brown, I have a question for you. With the theory of action, I wanted to know why the Black students were included with that theory of action.
Huh? Black students, so when you're talking about the theory of action and Black students not being included, are you talking about at the building level? Because they are included in everything that we do at the district level. All data is disaggregated. And I do have a note that that's one thing we'll circle up with the Allen team on, but that's absolutely a requisite. All of our data is always disaggregated, and we look at all subgroups regardless of if they're identified.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, so.
No, they're not omitted, Phoebe. They are included in the plan, but we are specific to the designations as rendered by the state. And so I don't want to tell you to misinterpret it, but they are not disincluded. They are included for sure.
Because I thought, because those are the things that were strengths, and I'm thinking, okay, is what's going on with the Black students a weakness? Because you did present the strengths.
I did present the strengths based upon the data that we currently reflect, but to tag what you're asking, the Black students are included in this entire plan. Their strengths, their weaknesses, and the challenges. We're working with them as well as the designated groups. They're not disincluded, they are included.
All right, well, I'd love to see that update.
I'm sure we can provide it. That's not a problem.
All right, Dr. Brown.
Yeah, so at this point, we will have Mr. McCool have rights to share his screen, and we'll hear from the DRF team.
What are they doing? I don't know.
Good evening, everybody. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, and thank you for having me this evening. I'd like to start off my presentation first and congratulating my colleague on an excellent presentation and wishing him all the best in his continued efforts in leading that school and that work that we all have laid out for us. Also, I'd like to echo the sentiments of our superintendent as he opened up this evening's meeting. He articulated it beautifully. Actions speak louder than words. And we feel the same at Husky High. To the students and families of the graduating class of 2020, on behalf of the entire community at DRF High School, I'm going to keep it very simple and say we love you. That said, it's my honor this evening to present DRF High School's ATSI plan. Let's just get right to it. Dr. Brown articulated the strategic framework perfectly, and I want to emphasize that our building mission is aligned directly to the district's vision statement, which states each and every student with the active support of the entire community will graduate ready to thrive in a diverse and complex world. That led to the development of, is the springboard for our DHS mission statement, which states through our connections to each other, we will ensure that our students receive equitable educational supports, resources, and opportunities that empower them with the skills necessary to succeed in college and/or a career pathway of choice. We will do this through targeted and aligned efforts that enhance instruction and lead to improved student achievement data for all students, a positive, restorative, and multi-tiered system of support that promotes all students' personal and academic growth, collective efficacy that builds and grows the professional and instructional leadership capacity of all of our staff members. This is what's going to drive our work. This is what we believe, and this is what we ascribe to day in and day out. And you'll see that laid out operationally within the components of our plan. So as part of our set paradigm, I'd like to discuss some strengths of our data first and start with some positives. Again, before doing this, I want to emphasize that this data comes from our 18-19 school year. Unfortunately, because of this year, we don't have up-to-date data. However, we are going to use this to the highest extent possible to continue driving our work in the 2021 school year. I'm happy to report that within our career standards benchmark, 92.6% school-wide met the benchmark for our career standards work. That exceeds the state's average of 89.8. Certainly
Good for
something
him.
to celebrate. As you can see the breakdown there of each of our respective subgroups underneath the career standards component. Also, while it is not truthfully where I'd like it to be, 78% of our all student group met the 4-year graduation rate. And there is our subgroup breakdown. It's certainly something to continually work on. However, why is this a celebration? It's because each one of our subgroups progressed from the prior year. So we have been showing growth in each one of our subgroup graduation rates from the previous year. That is something to build on and continue promoting. That said, getting into some of our more granular data as it relates to our students' performance from the 18-19 data points that we have. I've broken this slide into PVOS growth scores on the left in green, and then our Keystone data on the right, reflected in the bar chart. I like to emphasize growth scores because each one of our targeted ATSI and additionally targeted subgroups scores are reflected there. Each one of them reflects a rise or a point of growth. Again, Mr. Parker always states we have to own our data. Our data is not where I want it to be, where we want it to be as a DRF community. However, it is indicative of some growth. The growth measures are something that we want to continue to promote in terms of momentum wise. And I believe that through targeted efforts, we can continue to do so. You can see that our ATSI designations emphasis on our English learners in terms of our Keystone data are there, not where we want them to be. However, something to build on and continually focus on. Overall, our DRF growth score was 63 and the state average was 75. And this is all specifically in the area of ELA, English Language Arts. In regards to our math growth scores, you can see them again on the left. Our English learners growth score was 77 and rising. Our students with disability score, 63 rising. Our Black student subgroup, 54 and rising. Economically disadvantaged is 50, but it did not decline. It held steady. Again, I don't need to remind the school board that over 80% or 80% of our student population falls under that economically disadvantaged category. Our white student subgroup, 64 and rising. And then again, I just wanted to show by comparison our EL subgroup performance and our students with disability subgroup and our Black student subgroup there in terms of Keystone proficiency data. Some strengths in continually looking at our data analysis here section. Our career benchmarks, again, exceeded the state average. Our teacher SLOs in all tested and non-tested content areas received a proficient score between 80 and 92%. The reason I want to point this out is it's critical to acknowledge that our greatest asset is in our human capital, and that is our teachers. And we want to continually build upon their instructional leadership capacity as indicated in our mission statement. Our Black, Hispanic, white, economically disadvantaged, and students with disability subgroups all improved from the previous year's growth data based on the 18-19 growth scores. Our Black, EL, and students with disability subgroups all improved from previous year's data in math. Our 4-year graduation cohort data met or exceeded growth from the previous year across the board. So I'm really proud of those components, certainly something to continually build momentum on. Now, be remiss if we did not openly acknowledge our challenges, and we know that we have many. 19% of our students met the STAR benchmark assessment goal in ELA. 41% met the STAR benchmark assessment goal in math. That we saw a positive trend from the first quarterly benchmark through the third quarterly benchmark. Unfortunately, we weren't able to see fruition as a result of it in our Keystone scores because we didn't take it. But just as Mr. Mayfield mentioned, we were showing improvement and growth as reflected by the SGP scores through our quarterly benchmarking tool that we use. 6.9% of our students that took the NOCTI and NIMS were scored competent or advanced. 7.1 earned industry recognized credential. That number could be reflective of a very low number of students taking those assessments, but it's important to point out that our students in our career and technical educational school are critical to not forget. This is going to be reflected in our Future Ready Index. So it's just a point of emphasis that I wanted to say that we need to continually work with our career technical partners to ensure that those students are not forgotten and that they're.
Mr. McCool,
Yes, ma'am.
could you please explain to our community and our board what the NOCTI and NIMS are and what population they support, please, just to add to your conversation.
Sure, I'll do my best. It's not totally my wheelhouse, but NOCTI is an assessment NOCTI and NIMS are assessments that are given at the career and technical schools. They're specific to career and technical education, career educational benchmarks, work standards, and they have different domain areas in which they assess students' abilities in respective career and technical programs.
For our students with disabilities. That
Yeah.
part. Yes, thank you.
Thank you for pointing that out. Moving on, our English learners did not meet the interim goal improvement target within the Keystone scores. Certainly something that we need to focus on is our EL population. It's significantly underperforming, and that is part and parcel of this plan. This was driving our work in a lot of key targeted areas. As a school, we did not meet our improvement target in math, and as a school, we did not meet our improvement target in science, and our all-student group did not meet performance standard for attendance. Attendance is a very, very critical consideration for us. This graph represents what we are overall as a school, but I broke it down and compared it to the state average attendance and our originally designated two subgroups, English learners and students with disabilities. These are our most vulnerable subgroups as per the ATSI designation. And if they are chronically absent, as indicated by missing 10% of school or more, almost half the time, 45% of the time, there's no way that they can be progressing and growing at the rate that we need them to progress and grow. So we definitely have to address attendance. So our first bullet point here in our needs section, improve attendance rates for all subgroups. Overall, we would like to implement a school-wide implementation of continue our efforts in implementing school-wide restorative practices to improve school culture and climates. A robust integration of differentiated instructional strategies. We made concerted efforts this year, started to develop a momentum of success in our co-taught classrooms with heavy emphasis on our classrooms with students with special needs and our students, our English language learners, and heavy in those classes. We'd like to make a concerted effort to increase wherever possible more collaborative prep time for teachers so that they can take their quarterly benchmark data, take their ongoing formative assessment data, collaborate together, and adjust their instruction accordingly. Research shows across the board an evidence-based practice is when teachers can get together in a professional learning paradigm to adjust their instruction, they make each other better. We have designated a lot of our own faculty meeting time, professional development time that's building based to allow those teachers to meet and discuss, analyze data, come up with plans. We've asked them for artifacts and they deliver on that work as they value that time. We believe that clear and consistent classroom look-fors for teacher behavior and student behavior is something that we need to clearly identify and measure. And that is something that we look to establish and develop, just as our middle schools have done. We'd like to take that work vertically up to the high school. So we too have identified 2 priority statements per that data. And as Mr. Mayfield mentioned, that data drives the development of our plan. Our priority statement number 1 is to improve regular attendance. Through restorative practices implementation, we believe if we promote and sustain a positive school environment where members feel welcomed, supported, and safe in school, socially, emotionally, intellectually, and physically, And teachers will develop more sustaining and supportive relationships with students and families, and students will more frequently attend school. We are definitely going to be focusing on this element through a multi-tiered system of support, school-wide initiatives aimed at improving and addressing attendance issues. Priority statement number 2, a focus on differentiated instructional techniques and strategies for all subgroups, but of particular interest are our designations. What's good for one subgroup is good for all subgroups as far as I'm concerned, especially when it comes to evidence-based teaching strategies in the classroom. But we need to be culturally sensitive and mindful of the needs of all of our learners. We mentioned it specifically in our strategic framework. Personalized learning is not a one-size-fits-all approach. And we believe if we identify and address the individual student learning needs, teachers will develop sound instructional practices in a variety of modes, and students will then demonstrate improved growth and achievement in the core subject areas. Our evidence-based strategies to make those priority statements come to life and actualize them on the ground. A renewed effort in instructional coaching. We had an excellent instructional coach on the ground, in the trenches with our teachers in our classrooms in a non-threatening manner, giving them ongoing feedback, professional learning. Our teachers valued it, and we could see it come to life in their approach and delivery and facilitation of instruction and learning in the classroom. We want to continue that effort. We want to continue utilization of a universal benchmarking screening tool. It's an evidence-based practice. We ascribe to the use of the STAR benchmark at this point. So we will continue using that. We will continue using the data gleaned from the reports that that tool provides us. We want to expand the implementation and use of our Lexia Power Up literacy program. This is a program that we initially invested in for our lowest level special education students. We have 2-year longitudinal data to suggest growth in those classrooms. I was very excited about the growth in those areas, in those classrooms, specifically with those students. So since we invested in it already, we want to expand its use. We expanded the use of it this year in some of our learning support classrooms, and those students were very responsive to the Lexia Power Up literacy program. It is an evidence-based program, and it specifically addresses the needs of students with disabilities in the area of literacy, and it has an English learner component to it that really increases their comprehension, their grammar, their writing skills. We're really excited to expand the use of that in our Designs of Literacy course. Furthermore, we want to expand the implementation of restorative practices, as previously mentioned, increase attendance through improved school culture and climate, engage our instructional teams in assessment and monitoring student mastery. Again, that's where you adjust and modify your instruction according to the data gleaned from various reports. And finally, instructional workshops and conferences for staff. As mentioned earlier, our greatest asset are our teachers. And we need to, in the spirit of equity, invest in their instructional capacity. If there are workshops that align directly to this plan and the evidence-based strategies that will promote their tool belt, if you will, then we need to consider those investing in that opportunity. Professional development needs. Restorative practices, again, audit staff training needs, train and retrain accordingly till we reach that 100% threshold. Instructional coaching, mentioned that earlier. STAR assessment training. STAR comes with professional development. We need to continually allow teachers to meet together and take time to digest that data and come up with action plans accordingly. Lexia Power Program, that comes with PD. It's included in the investment cost. So we're definitely going to allot time for those teachers who are scheduled to teach Designs of Literacy to attend and participate in webinars, Zooms, and PD as developed by the Lexia program. And again, workshops and conferences that address culture and climate, attendance, improvement initiatives, differentiated instructional techniques, restorative practices, and I believe that through this plan, we can grow our students and move the needle forward, if you will, across the board. You know, each one of our subgroups, each one of our students learns in different ways, and we need to provide them with the opportunities to do so. As is the pillar of our district, looking at it through a lens of equity, I believe that this plan lends itself to that effort.
Ms. Watts, you have your hand up?
Yes, I have a few questions. The first question is for both principals. What role does Newcomer Academy play within your English language learner process?
I'll try to answer this question, Mr. Mayfield, and you can certainly capitalize this or bring in Ms. Gill. When students graduate, if you will, or promote themselves out based on assessment scores, through the WIDA scores, they come to our school. We assume responsibility for them from day one. They are immersed into our program, into our classrooms, into our culture and climate. And their needs are critical considerations for us in our ESOL English courses with the support of our ESL teachers.
Yeah, I'll tag right in with that. Katie, by the time they communicate, and of course, Heather Pearson is involved over here too, we put them in particular groups or classrooms based upon what their skill sets are. Over here at Allen, this particular year, we had tier 1 through tier 4. Tier 1 is freshman, tier 2 would be sophomore, tier 3 would be junior, tier 4 would be senior level. These students get services, they get supports, they're in co-teaching and collaborative sessions and classes. Heather Pearson offers us advice and expertise as to certain needs that need to be met. Let's be real clear. One of the things which drove the supports that we were able to do with our Chromebooks, we realized that a lot of our students speak Spanish and they don't understand English. And coming in from newcomer, they've started a process of success, and we don't want them to get here and fall apart. So we try to put them in situations that they're going to be successful. Well, the Chromebook devices were helping a lot of the students because they were able to complete some of their work and connect some of the dots. But in addition to that, Ms. Johnson-Watts, we provide them services and supports, and you have teachers that are collaboratively teaching to these specific needs of some of these students, and that's what we're trying to build upon and make stronger.
So, Dr. Brown, is the reason that newcomer is not part of this process because the numbers don't exist for newcomer? How does that work?
Newcomer is a program and not a building. And so each newcomer student is associated with either one of the high schools, which means they de facto are included in all of this data that we're discussing here.
Yes, those students are contributed to our school.
Okay, and then building 21, I do not see in this process either. Is it because they don't have these same issues, or is it that the school is too young to have that be an issue? If you could just help me understand.
I will. So, as we stated at the top of this conversation, the ATSI designation is a 3-year designation. At the time of the designations, Building 21 did not exist long enough nor have enough data in the system to receive an ATSI designation, because every year that Building 21 added a grade level, it essentially presented as a new building in PDE data. That's what it does. So this coming year would be the first year that Building 21 would be able to be seen as a school with like 2 years worth of data, because they're not adding another grade level within this academic year. Secondly, there's more to this. They do have a designation. They have the same TSI designation that the other schools have. The difference is, as I had stated, the support comes for the ATSI schools, and I forgot to mention it, but Mr. Mayfield brought it up. The IU supports ATSI designated schools, but there is no support, and I think the memo said this as well, but I can't remember exactly, but What I'm telling you is the TSI designation does not come with any supports, no fiscal supports and no human resource supports either. So we are supporting Building 21 using our own internal staff, but they will be presenting at some point in the future based on their designation as well. But what we're here today is hitting two birds with one stone, because when you're addressing your subgroups, you address all of them that have the deficiencies, if that makes sense.
Okay, and then for all of you, I'm just curious, has there been consideration to the distance the students live from each of your schools when considering the attendance rate?
Absolutely.
Or how they're getting there?
Absolutely. Those are all factors that tie into their success as well as to their challenges. I don't even want to call them failures, because if those are pieces that we have to address, we want to address them and support that in the best way we can. We have teams of people and individuals that try to help us with that. I hate that Rooster's no longer going to be working on behalf of ASD, but he was also instrumental in providing us some of the needs that we needed to extend to some of these students. But those factors absolutely tie into how we try to address their needs and challenges.
I'm just hoping that there's a way going forward to kind of capture that, because it's sort of, it falls out of the realm of what happens in the classroom to draw that student in each day. And it falls more into the realm of what hinders a student from even contemplating going to school.
Absolutely.
So I'm hoping that we can somehow capture that aspect of it, if at all possible in the future.
You're 1000% correct. This is an issue that hits home to me particularly. But when we talk about a multi-tiered system to address attendance concerns, that's definitely a root cause analysis as to why students are not coming is a critical consideration in that regard. To Dr. Brown's point, these designations don't come with dollars to assist in remedying some of those issues that we have at the root. But it's something that we nonetheless cannot just walk away from and ignore. I think that positive outreach and consistent communication, looking for ways to expand that outreach and communication with families to eliminate barriers or minimize them, work with community partners to address those issues and concerns. That's why I think it's a critical component that we included in our mission statement to say, through our connections to each other, we will provide these equitable supports, resources, and opportunities. It's not just at the building. It depends on all of us working together, because we at the building can't alleviate some of those real practical concerns that exist in our households, despite our best efforts. And that's just keeping it real.
Thank you.
So I have a question for Mr. McCool, because that's something I also asked Mr. Mayfield. Your statements are using, buzzwords, culture and climate. But when you look at the data, the Black students are always falling either one or two below. I mean, they're either at the bottom or they're just the one above the bottom. So what are you doing to help that culture? What are you doing?
Yeah, I mean, to specifically address the students that fall in that subgroup, our Black students, differently in our culture and climate, I think that we need to be culturally mindful and sensitive to their needs, emotionally, physically, in a mental health component, just as we would our English learners, just what we would our Hispanic students, all of our economically disadvantaged students. They're all pretty close in line with each other in regards to their proficiency scores in some areas. I think that that's something that we need to constantly look at and review.
I'll say this, Phoebe, just to not speak on behalf of Mr. McCool, but we as a district, and I guess this is a great time for me to say it, as a Black male in this district, I'm speaking for myself. I'm hurting right now, absolutely. I'm going on 6 decades in this country. And while I am proud to be an American, sometimes when I think about what I stand for as an American and the calling that I've taken on to serve other people, in particular young people. I say all that to say right now we have a golden opportunity to impact how we educate, teach, build, and go forward with our restorative practices now. And the very groups that you're speaking to, we've kind of addressed it here, but it's for all of us to educate ourselves better and to share better, because these students coming into school this fall are going to be hurting. Some of them are going to be angry. Some of them are going to be lost. Some of them are going to be confused. And it is our job now to try to tie all those pieces into some sort of positive that they can learn, educate, and grow from. A lot of our students don't even know the history. They don't even understand some of these intangibles. But it is our job right now to stamp some future on them. And we have a golden opportunity to do that through our restorative practices, through our professional development, through who we bring in front of them to speak to them. I mean, let's be clear. We are short on folks of color in front of our students. We know this. We know this. But this isn't a time to divide. This is a time to take those disadvantages and build it forward. So I know we're focused on it. I know we're going to try to continue to push it. I can't speak for the work and all of the things that they're going to do over at DERF, but I do know that they're focused on providing the best to our students. That's where we are with it over here on this side of town.
So if I could just add on to what my principals are saying a little bit, I'm going to agree with them 100%, but then also give a add-on reminder. When you look at the designations, these designations are not about children, right? They play out as being designees of children, but they're not about kids. This is about adult behavior, right? It is how we as the adults in the organization structure our instructional environment to meet the needs of individual children specifically identified by group. So it's incumbent upon us to always remember that it's absolutely about for our kids, but this is really about, and principals, I see them nodding their heads, absolutely a focus on the adult behavior in the organization and continuing to remind us that our job is to continually shift and update what we do as the grown folk so that we can help these kids, whatever their designation may be, find the same level of success that every kid in the organization should.
Thank you.
Circumstances do not mandate outcomes.
Absolutely.
One of the things I was, when you said that, Mr. Parker, was, you know, our kids are in our schools and they call the teachers Miss or Mrs. or Mr. or Miss. They don't use their last name. That's servant behavior. We got to change that. That is not professional. It just isn't. I think I don't know how we're going to be able to do this, but I'm asking all principals, all core team, my superintendent, to make it mandatory that the students no longer just call him Miss or Mr., but use the whole name. So it just better for them. Where they're not seeing, it doesn't sit well with me. I'm a good Southern girl. We call everybody Mr. or Mrs. and you use the last name.
Well, I'll just comment on that in response to that, Ms. Harris. One of the beautiful things about restorative practices is that it builds and fosters a sense of community and connections with everyone inside the walls of the school. And that one of the important tenets is that each one of us by name, to your point, by name has inherent worth. And we acknowledge that inherent worth through the connections and stories and opportunities we have to share with each other. And that's why I feel that restorative practices is a critical culture and climate change agent.
Yeah, thank you. Because like I started kindergarten in 1969, and everybody always put their name. I don't mind saying it. They put their teacher wrote their name on the board, and that's what we call them. This is a simple practice of putting your whole name on the board, so they'll know your name. So it's now equal footing. Okay, that's what all I had. Dr. Brown?
So just to close out this discussion, the actual plans will be submitted at the end of the month and then be posted on our website under the Equity Department webpage for public view and display. And we will leave them there again as a symbolic effort of transparency to share with our community how we are working to improve schools in our district. And as we move through our next school year, we will also be adding our quarterly monitoring updates to that information as well.
Thank you.
And so these are this is an action item, and that our school board president will need to sign off on the final plans as well before submission to the state.
All right, and since this is an action item, do we have anyone to motion?
I'll make the motion.
I'll second it.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? The ayes have it, the motion is carried to the next meeting.
So that concludes our June Education Committee agenda items.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Time, folks. Thank you so much.
Am I up, Miss Phoebe?
Yes, you are.
Okay. I would like to offer up to the public who's listening at this time, if you have any comment on non-agenda items, please raise your hand and I will look and see and call them in order of being raised. I don't see any hands raised, so I'm going to move on. Any old business? Oh, let me go back to our panelists to see. Any new business? Any grass catcher items? Being there that there is no further business, I would entertain a motion to adjourn the Education Committee meeting.
So moved.
Motion. Oh, I second it.
Charlie made a motion, second by Ms. Harris. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Meeting adjourned.
All right, I'd like to call the building committee meeting of the whole for Allentown School District today, Thursday, June 11th. To order, the purpose of tonight's meeting is to discuss the redistricting of the new elementary school, Sheridan Elementary School, and accept the donation from Wells Fargo. Superintendent Parker, do you have any comments to share this month?
No comments.
Okay, so any comments from the public? Seeing no hands. Ms. Ramos, I will pass it to you for the approval for the new elementary school redistricting.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Before we begin, I just wanted to take a minute to extend a thanks to the operations department. The redistricting has been a major initiative of ours, and we've been working on it for quite some time. As COVID came in and kind of made us do a hard pivot, I just wanted to make sure that I thanked the team. You know, we had our IT department unloading laptops off trucks. We had food service going out. We had HR and finance holding things down for us. Our operations, Mr. Falco was kind of everywhere. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention Tom Smith, who's kept our buildings moving and safe during this closure. So I'm going to ask Mr. Cole to bring up the presentation. And as we begin this presentation, we have a sort of small, but I'll use Mr. Parker's words, mighty team that have been focused on this project for quite some time. Mr. Cole has been pivotal in being a liaison between our school buildings and on the ground feedback and input from all levels of the school, and carrying that information back to central office to help inform the things that we're doing. Mr. Falco has become a resident expert in decision insight, and he's able to use that software and really get our projections tight. And finally, Mr. Smith, who has been critical in the new school from its inception to now. And quite frankly, it's like a whole nother job for him. And I have to commend him for the time and energy that he puts into that project and so many. So I just wanted to kind of give a shout out to that operations team before we dig into this, because this has been such a big project for us. So tonight we are kind of carving the redistricting into two areas. The first will be obviously how we redistrict for the new elementary school. And then the second is because of that redistricting, the opportunity and impact we're able to have on reducing some enrollment at another building and maintaining the Jackson enrollment, which we believe will have some great benefits to the programming of the Sheridan kindergarten students and to the district itself as we really start to hone in and get kindergarten in almost every school. Scott, if you could just go to the next slide. Just take a minute or two on these. As we began the redistricting process, it wasn't just about who's going to the new building. It was about building a plan that defined what that new building would represent and how we would maintain innovative programming and keep enrollment and capacity at a place where it made sense across the district. The schools in Allentown are very close together, and it can be very tricky to ensure that as we move the needle and shift things forward, that enrollment makes the most sense. So that's why Decision Insight, that software, was so helpful. So the things that we considered the most, it was a balance of not only what the school will hold for us, but how we consider future growth, how our educational classifications will be impacted in this building. Within our redistricting plan, there is notes and a focus on the special education population and how to maximize less travel and getting kids the best programming as possible. We know that we want to focus on safety. It's an utmost concern for us. It's an utmost concern for our families. So we did everything we could to consider the proximity of where kids live, where they went to school, and then where their new building is. And of course, as I said earlier, we want to make sure that not only the new elementary schools populated appropriately moving forward, but so are the surrounding elementary schools. So just kind of a revisit of a few of the milestones, because this has been a long project in the making. We do have a principal named for the new building. He's currently the principal of Cleveland, Mr. Schlegel, and he has been kind of sitting in both seats, helping us make decisions and be a conduit to the school community. The naming has come forward, and we'll wait for some guidance on that. And obviously, we're bringing the redistricting forward, and with that comes some PDE required processes where we have to submit some information around the new school and the new boundaries. So we're on top of that and preparing for that submission. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Cole, because he has been boots on the ground, really the leader in this presentation. So Mr. Cole, if you want to take it from here.
Great, thanks, Jen. So to Jen's point, what I'll kind of do is start walking us through a bit of this process as we get a little bit more into the specifics. So one of the things that we wanted to really make sure that we did, and if you go back to kind of our guiding beliefs around redistricting, we did want to make sure that we were hearing what the community wanted and valued. So beginning in February, we did hold community meetings at Hope Church, as well as distribute a district-wide survey to garner some parent feedback. March and April, we did have some more school-based feedback sessions Mr. Schlegel, to Jen's point, was really crucial and played a key role in helping assist to make sure that we had opportunities to gather some feedback in groups that were occurring at the school. So monthly parent meetings, after school events, making sure that we were coming to where our families were. At that point, we also extended some school level outreach for survey completion to continue to gather some more information for that district survey. Obviously, we know that the world kind of flipped upside down around that time, but I have to give Mr. Schlegel and the staffs at both Cleveland and McKinley, as well as Ramos and Central, all the credit in the world for continuing to really push to gather as much parent voice as they could. And really, they did an exceptional job making sure that we had almost 500 parents replying to those surveys to make sure that we were capturing information. And then after pending, hopeful approval of the redistricting, we will need to do some general communication of redistricting. Utilizing decision insight, we can generate exactly who is going and where they live, and make sure that we're getting communication to those families, as well as some more specific targeted outreach to some of the outlier students, for lack of a better term. And those are some of those students that perhaps don't necessarily live right in that redistricting area, but may be impacted by the redistricting. For example, the kindergarten students that we made some reference to earlier, and some of those self-contained special education students that may not currently reside at one of the buildings that will be impacted, but they may have some residual impact. Alluding to some of those survey results, we had 451 responses with 52% response rate at McKinley and Cleveland. So we heard from about half of the parents at McKinley and Cleveland in total. As far as some of the highlights, so respondents' preference. So one of the things that we really wanted to make sure that we maintained the balance of was making sure that parents wanted to attend the new school versus perhaps having a shorter walk. So for example, in some of the further stretches, and you'll see a visual in just a minute, of the Cleveland territory, we wanted to make sure that parents valued attending the new school versus perhaps a shorter walk if there was a redistricting to another school that was perhaps a little closer. So you'll see largely parents either preferred the new school or indicated that they had no preference for either new school or a shorter walk. Some of the concerns that our families listed: traffic on major streets, some lack of sidewalks, and some longer walks did come up. Again, with about 30% of parents saying they preferred the shorter walk. I am not surprised that longer walk was something that some parents brought up. As far as looking at some boundaries, so what this map captures here is, and you'll have to bear with me, I'm trying to find my little pointer. But what this map captures here is the current boundaries. So if you're looking here, you'll see the star here is where the new school is located. And then you'll see the current Cleveland catchment area, the current McKinley catchment area. This is the current Ramos Elementary catchment area and the current Central catchment area. So these are kind of the four schools that are in the epicenter of this redistricting. And Ms. Ramos made the point earlier that, these neighborhoods are tightly packed in here. So I think you'll see we've done the best we can to really balance some of the considerations here, making sure that we're adequately and efficiently populating this new building in a very tight quarter. So the next slide that I will show you will show you the overlay with the new boundaries. So if you'll see here, and again, I can go back perhaps to remind you, here are the current boundaries. And then here is the overlay with the new boundaries. So you'll see what we've done here is we've been able to capture the entire McKinley sending area, and we've captured the entire Cleveland sending area. And then we've captured some smaller pieces here of Central and Central and Ramos Elementary School. Now, what that looks like with real.
Scott, before you move on, can you just point, Scott, before you move on,
yep.
I'm sorry, Scott, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Can you just kind of point that out again, the sections that are Central and the sections that are Ramos?
So you'll see here, this is a little overlay here, and this is capturing Ramos territory. So this had originally been Ramos, and this little section over here had originally been Central. So you'll see the pink is Central, and this kind of yellowish color is Ramos, and those two areas will be captured in the new school. And again, this being all of Cleveland and all of Central.
Before you move on, that's a lot of walking. That's a lot of blocks from Old Fairground to the new school district. Are we busing these kids? What are we doing?
So we did, it is a long walk. So we did very closely monitor that. It is an increase of a walk. The furthest increase that we found was about 1/3 of a mile. So it would bring our longest walk up to the new school to be about a mile, which is, certainly a long walk. It is not our longest walking distance to a current elementary school. So it is still well within our upper limits that we have currently for elementary students walking.
These are kindergartners walking. Come on. These are first graders walking this long distance, these many city blocks. That scares me. We need a solution for this one, because that really does scare me. Go ahead.
So as we go through here, as we populate this school building, so this is the current proposed plan and the enrollments. So what this is here is for the new elementary school, Ramos and Central. So if we took the current students right now in those buildings for 1920, right now, if that school building was open this year, it would be populated at 776 students. Ramos would be at 727 and Central would be at 725. So 44 of the students that currently attend Ramos would be going to the new school, and 63 current students would be reassigned from Central to the new school. Again, this is based on this year's current numbers. Projecting out to what that looks like next year, the enrollment at the new school would be 764, 722, and 747 respectively for each of those buildings. So you see what we've been able to accomplish here is much more kind of evenly distributing enrollment across that center city school area. If we project out to 25, 26, which is what Decision Insight kind of tells us is the most, as far out as we can project with a good good confidence in the accuracy of those numbers. You'll see that population of the new elementary school will be just over 800, with Ramos at 750 and Central quickly approaching 798. So what we're able to do through this new elementary school is, obviously you see those numbers projecting upwards. Those enrollments without this new elementary school would cause some real significant strain on both Central and Ramos. So the new elementary school is able to really allow us to optimize programming in those buildings as well by being there to alleviate some of the population growth that is projected in that particular part of the city.
I just have a question again, because I'm looking at now. It's from 5th Street to 12th Street that these children have to walk. We really want them to walk that far, 5th to 12th? Somebody answer the question, please.
So yeah, that is the current proposed.
I was trying to unmute, sorry.
Go ahead, Mr. Parker.
So our goal is not to have students walking, period. However, we are a walking district. Every school in the district has boundaries that are similar to this one that have students walking a significant distance. In instances where there's a lack of safety during that walk, there are provisions where those students are able to receive transportation. And if the distance for walking is outside of the acceptable parameter, there are instances where students can receive transportation. Outside of that, we're a walking district. Those children walk, and or there are a number of parents who provide transportation for kids if they are able to within certain parameters. So it's not ideal, but as a walking district, that's kind of the hand that we're dealt in terms of being able to provide the correct instructional environment, but not having schools placed, you know, from a density standpoint in multiple places across the city.
Still scares me. Okay.
So as we kind of unpack some of the specific enrollments, we'll see here the projections we have for the new elementary school. Now, it's an important asterisk here. We do not include kindergarten in this current projection, just because we don't have that information within the decision insight system yet. So they're not able to make those specific projections for some of the kindergartners. So non-kindergarten, we're projecting the in total enrollment of elementary grades 1 through 5 at 659, with 144 L students projected to be populating that building, which puts it at a similar percentage of ESOL population as Ramos and Central neighboring there. 4 life skills students, 10 emotional support students, 17 autistic support students, and 2 MDS students that currently live in this kind of mapped area right here. So in that new catchment area, those are the students that live there. Now, while some self-contained special education students may live in the new boundary, they also may attend other programs across the district. So some of those self-contained students, while they live in that catchment area, we'll get a little bit more in depth on special ed redistricting in a few minutes, but they may not necessarily be attending the new elementary school. That's just trying to give you a picture of who is currently living in that catchment area. So some additional redistricting considerations that we need to consider is special education, which I just alluded to. So the new elementary school has several classrooms that were designed from the ground up explicitly for self-contained special education. So the new school will house 2 autistic support classrooms. There will be 1 K2 classroom and 1 3 to 5 classroom. It will also house 2 life skills support classrooms. So the autistic support classrooms will be populated by students living in the new elementary school catchment area. So those students will come directly from the catchment area. The life skills classroom will be reallocated from other existing buildings. Again, as we're talking about optimizing programming for our students, we have a brand new school with buildings that were built, or excuse me, classrooms that were built explicitly to support self-contained special education and have a level of accessibility that we do not necessarily have in some of our other older buildings. So this is a great opportunity to, again, optimize programming for our kids in both the new building, but then also in existing schools. Additionally, Ms. Ramos referenced it earlier, but another kind of concurrent consideration that we need to have as we talk about this redistricting is kindergarten reassignment. So with the reassignment of McKinley and Cleveland's kindergarten to the new elementary school, we do realize that we have an opening for approximately 100 students at the Jackson school. So what we are also proposing is that we shift the Sheridan kindergarten from Ritter Elementary to Jackson. So as you know, Sheridan does not have the room currently to house their kindergarten students. So they have been going to Ritter for the past couple of years. With the shift to Jackson from Ritter, those Sheridan students would then be attending the district kindergarten center and have the opportunity to spend their kindergarten year as Jackson Joeys. So as you can see here with numbers, Jackson's current enrollment is about 94 students coming from Cleveland and McKinley. And then their enrollment next year would remain very similar. We are projecting that based on this year's numbers. There are currently about 112 Sheridan kindergartners attending Ritter Elementary School. So there'd be a slight enrollment increase, but that 277 would bring Jackson much closer in line with kind of where their student population levels traditionally are. So I'm certainly able to handle the students coming from Sheridan. So lastly, some next steps. So we're requesting board approval on two separate items tonight. New elementary school boundaries, but then also the redistricting of Sheridan kindergarten to Jackson. Obviously, pending that board approval, we would need to begin immediately communicating those new boundaries to our families, again, from a large scale communication, but then also being able to individually reach out to those students to make sure that we are communicating most effectively to the students that are captured in that catchment area, but then those additional students that are captured in that redistricting that may not necessarily live in that catchment area, like some of those self-contained special education students and some of the students coming from Sheridan and heading to Jackson Early Childhood Center, I should say. So that is the end of that presentation, and I've lost my stop share button. I'm sorry.
Does the board have any questions? Okay, seeing no hands.
Ms. Connor,
Can I have a motion?
My hand was up, but because I don't know why it's not allowing me to raise my hand the other way. But at any rate, I just want to say that this was just about the redistricting. The transportation is something that we're going to probably revisit again, but we're not going to do it at this time. I just want to make that comment because I know we're walking distant, but it was a lot of things that was discussed that I was not necessarily in agreement with, and I was not in agreement with it before this new school was built or before these changes took place. So I just wanted to let that you guys know. That's all.
Okay,
It's just a
thank you, Ms.
comment.
Conover.
All right.
Any other questions or comments? All right, can I entertain a motion? Oh, Ms. Johnson Watts.
Yeah, thank you for saying that, Ms. Conover. I agree. It's one of those things where I think it needs to be revisited, but I don't know if this is the time to go into great depth. I fully agree.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson Watts. Any other comments or questions? May I hear a motion to approve this?
I'll make the motion.
Second.
Ms. Brace, second by Mr. Thiel. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Nay.
Okay, it moves to the monthly
Put the camera
board
off so you
meeting.
can give me a kiss.
All right.
You put your
Next we
face there.
have the approval for the Sheridan Elementary, so we'll approve that second. Any questions on this? This was included in the same presentation. Seeing none, Ms. Johnson Watts.
I do have a question that can probably be answered later on, which is related to how that shift in terms of students to Sheridan may impact or alleviate some of the seating situations in Ritter. But I think that that's more of a result of once everything has been approved.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Johnson Watts. Any other comments or questions? May I hear a motion?
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
All right, motion made by Ms. Brace, seconded by Mrs. Welts. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Motion moves to the monthly meeting. All right, next on the agenda is the approval to accept a donation from Wells Fargo. Pass it over to Ms. Ramos.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. And I'll kick it to Mr. Cole in a moment, but we have a generous opportunity from Wells Fargo to add a playground to the Moser Elementary School complex. And so I'm just going to kick it right over to Mr. Cole so that he can speak about more of the detail on that funding.
Great, thanks, Jen. I'm starting to feel like Tom Smith. I've been in front of the building, committee all night. So this is, to Jen's point, this is a really great opportunity. So Wells Fargo has been a great partner to Moser, and they are offering the donation of $28,136 towards the creation of a playground structure on the Moser property. What's not included here, and another great community support, is along with this donation of monetary funds for the Day of Caring, IBEW has also offered to volunteer the man hours and the construction labor, so to speak, to help support Wells Fargo in constructing this playground. So it's a great opportunity, and I would like the board's approval to accept this generous donation.
Make a motion.
Any questions on the donation? Seeing none, Ms. Conover made the motion. Do I have a second?
Yes, I'll second.
Seconded by Ms. Wiltz. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, moves to the monthly meeting. I will pass it over to Mrs. Brace.
Thank you very much. If anybody from the public would like to comment on any building items, if you want to raise your hand, we can let you in. Seeing none, is there any old business to come before the board? Any new business or grass catcher items? Seeing none, before I take a motion to adjourn, we've been sitting in meetings for 3.5 hours. Does anybody need a 5-minute break before we go into finance? Board member wise? Yes? Okay. So once we do the motion to adjourn, let's do a 5-minute break. Everybody come back by 10 o'clock. Just make sure you mute yourself and turn cameras off so that if you have a discussion, nobody can hear it because we are live. All right, do I have a motion to adjourn the building meeting?
I'll make the motion.
I'll second it.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion adjourned, and we'll be back at 10 o'clock. Oh, yes, Mr. Parker?
For IT, could you mute everyone for this 5-minute period, just so that we don't have anyone get
Good
caught
thinking.
going to the bathroom?
Okay, we will.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to give our board members a little more time to return, and we'll begin momentarily.
I'm here, Cheryl.
Thank you. Yes, if you are not visible, please let me know when you're back, so that I just know I can't see Miss Phoebe, who I know will be visible.
I'm back, Cheryl.
I'm back, Cheryl.
I'm back.
Great, and I see Miss Phoebe there. Okay. Okay, I'd like to call the Finance Committee of the Whole meeting of the Allentown School District for today, Thursday, June 11, 2020. The purpose of tonight's meeting is to discuss insurance-related agreements, technology-related agreements, child nutrition services, as well as a service provider to our finance team, budget transfers, and our legal services agreement, as well as a discussion on the monthly reporting of our budget status. Mr. Parker, do you have any comments to share this month?
No comments. Thank you.
Madam Secretary, are there any public comments for agenda items?
I have none.
Okay, thank you. I will call on Anthony Pigeon to begin our presentation.
Good evening, everyone. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Wonderful. So I'd like to request the board's approval to replace CM Region as the insurance provider for their workers' compensation insurance with UPMC Work Partners. The administration received multiple quotes for workers' compensation this year. The most cost-effective was UPMC Work Partners at a cost of $1.6 million. And that would be for the 2021 school year. This is a decrease from last year's premium of about $143,000. The cost for workers' compensation for the Allentown Public Library will be $7,185, and that's a decrease from last year's premiums of $7,777. This will not impact any students. We've already discussed how much it costs, and the amount will change based on our updated experience rate and payroll. The source of the funds is the general funds. There is no match required, and there are no staffing requirements. This action was not reviewed by the solicitor. This request was discussed at the Finance Co-Chairs meeting on June 3rd, and I recommend this item be considered as an action item at the regular board meeting on June 25th, 2020. Does anybody have any questions?
Okay, I don't see any questions raised, any hands raised. I'm going to take one more look at that. Okay, well then, is there a motion to move this forward?
So moved.
Motion by Charles Steele. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Sarah Jane Brace. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so that moves on to the general meeting, regular monthly meeting in 2 weeks. Okay, and I believe our next presenter is Josephine Kakase.
Good evening. This evening, we would like to request the board's approval to retain Arthur J. Gallagher as the broker of record for the general liability, property casualty, automobile, umbrella, educators, legal, violent acts, and cyber liability policies. The administration is recommending that we continue the program currently provided to the school district with Arthur J. Gallagher. We have listed the table of the policies and the current year and next year's rates. And as you can see, there isn't a significant price change. The only line item that you see that has a significant increase is the boiler policy, and that's due to the increase in property value of the school district related to the new school. Arthur J. Gallagher will also continue to provide free access to Safe Schools training software for the fiscal year 2020 to 2021 school year, which is approximately a $12,000 savings to ASD. This will not impact students. The source of funds is the general fund, which is currently accounted for in the current budget, and there is no match required and no staffing requirements. We recommend that this item be considered for an action item in the regular board meeting on June 25th, 2020. Are there any questions?
Okay, once again, I do not see any hands raised. Let's give it another 2 seconds. Okay, so is there someone who will make a motion?
Make the motion.
That
I'll second.
was Miller and seconded by Charles Thiel. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, we're back to you, Ms. Case.
Yes. And this item, we're requesting the board's approval of the 2020 to 2021 student accident insurance renewal with Zurich at the cost of $205,690. This is the same premium that the district had for the current year, so it is flat. The students, how will it affect students? Students involved in all athletic programs will be provided with accident coverage for treatment of all injuries that occur during these activities. The source of funds is the general fund. It is accounted for in the current budget. There is no match required, and there are no staffing requirements. We recommend that this item be considered as an action item in the regular board meeting on June 25th, 2020. Do you have any questions?
Okay, once again, I do not see any hands raised. So is there someone who will make a motion for this?
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Okay, so that was Nicholas Miller for the motion and Nancy Wilt for the second. Okay, is everyone in favor?
Aye.
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 Is there anyone opposed? Okay, well, this then moves forward to the next meeting. Thank you, Josephine. So now we'll go to Takesha Saylor.
Good evening. I'm requesting the board's approval to purchase the use for the Hayes software system. This request is for the authorization to purchase Hayes Software Systems Inventory Management System. The system allows the Allentown School District to manage and organize the device distribution process in real time. The software platform provides an easy-to-use device cataloging system, which allows devices to be assigned to students quickly and efficiently. This structure helps to facilitate the district's distance and at-home learning implementation. The phase 1 implementation cost was $10,600 for the uploading of 5,300 devices. The phase 2 implementation comes in at a cost of $17,464 for an additional 8,732 devices, for a total cost of $28,064. The source of funds is the Allentown School District Information Technology budget. There aren't any matches required or staffing requirements. Reviewing by the solicitor was not necessary. I'm requesting that this be moved on as an action item at the regular board meeting on June 25th.
I just want to make a comment. Thank you for providing the presentation that Hayes made on the services that they provide. I think that this is going to pay for itself as we are going to be able to retain the computers in a way that we can keep track of what we have and what we still need to get. So I do not see any hands raised. If you did not have a chance to see the presentation, kindly let Ms. Saylor know or let me know. I believe it was distributed to the entire board. Is there anyone that will make the motion for this?
I'll make the motion.
That's Nicholas Miller, and who will second?
Lisa Conover.
Lisa Conover, second. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, so this moves on to the regular monthly board meeting. We're with you again, Ms. Saylor.
Good evening. Requesting the board's approval to purchase wireless access points from ePlus Technologies for the Allentown School District's new elementary school. This request is for the authorization to purchase wireless access points from the ePlus Technologies organization. The wireless access points for the new elementary school will provide the building with needed internet connectivity to foster innovation and a dynamic learning environment. ePlus Technologies is a PEPM contract holder and has participated in the Pennsylvania state contract bidding process. Generally, PEPM is a technology cooperative program that was established back in 1982. It is a program that provides a service per the Central Susquehanna Intermediate Unit, which is also known as IU-16. The name of the program is PEPM, and it's now a name that originally meant Pennsylvania Education Purchasing Program for Microcomputers. The effect it will have on students is the purchase of the wireless access points will help the district to provide its students with necessary connectivity in support of the new school environment. The access points will help facilitate and maximize use of the learning spaces within the building and contribute to the ongoing use of an interactive learning experience for students and staff members. The cost of the wireless access points is $25,216.74. The source of funds is the information technology budget. There isn't a match required or staffing requirements, and review by the solicitor was not necessary. I'm recommending that this item be moved as an action item to the regular board meeting on June 25th, 2020.
And can you just clarify what a wireless access point is?
The wireless access points are the connectors that provide internet access to the devices in the building. They usually are housed on the ceilings of the within rooms or certain areas of the building.
So it's not necessarily a Wi-Fi router. It's an actual, it's another type of
Wi-Fi
device.
access.
It provides the Wi-Fi access, but it's another type of device, correct?
It functions in a similar fashion, except it probably has a wider area of space that it covers.
So it's secured in its
Yes.
placement?
Yes.
Okay, great. So that's good to know. So we're not going to have
They're usually housed
everything
in the ceilings of the
portable.
Yes.
They're not all portable. This is something that will be actually built into the building structure. Okay,
Yes.
wonderful. Okay. Any other questions? I don't see hands. Okay, is there someone that will make a motion for this?
I'll make the motion. I'll second it.
Okay, it sounds like Nicholas Miller for the motion and Nancy Wilt for the second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Okay, thank you, Ms. Saylor. And we're going to move on to Andrea Stock. And Andrea, I thanked you privately. I want to thank you publicly. COVID has taken a toll in so many different capacities. And I don't want us to overlook the extreme and unique circumstances that it created for our nutrition services department. So I just want to take this opportunity to publicly thank you for all of the different learning curves that you were able to achieve through that process, because this was not something that we have in our day-to-day lives that we could say to you that, oh, well, it's in the handbook. So thank you very much.
You're welcome. I appreciate it.
Mrs. Johnson Watts?
Yes.
I think there's another memo for the switches for the new elementary school.
Okay. Hold on, let's see.
Okay.
So this is separate, the network port switches. Okay, great. So Andrea, we're so thrilled to be able to say that to you publicly. I skipped through this. Network port switches. Miss Saylor, apologies.
No worries. I'm requesting the board's approval to purchase network port switches from the ePlus Technologies organization for the Allentown School District's new elementary school. The request is for the authorization to purchase network port switches from ePlus Technologies. The network port switches for the new elementary school will provide the building with needed network connectivity in support of the technology equipment within the building. The port switches connect the internet routers to the devices within the building to provide consistent connection to the ASD network for all computers. ePlus Technologies is a PEPM contract holder and has participated in the Pennsylvania state contract bidding process. The purchase of the network port switches will help the district provide students with necessary consistent connectivity to the ASD network. The cost of the network port switches is $97,646.96, and the source of funds is the new elementary school PFF&E soft cost budget. There's no match required. There aren't any staffing requirements and no necessary review by the solicitor. I recommend this item be considered as an action item at the regular board meeting on June 25th, 2020.
And is this something that is more of a design element?
No, this is an infrastructure, a needed infrastructure component in order to ensure that all of the devices that are in the building actually connect to the network.
So this is another thing that will be secured within the building.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Great. I haven't taken a tour yet. I'm looking forward to taking a tour and just getting to see where everything is. Okay. All right. Is there any other questions? I don't see any hands raised. Okay. So is there someone that will make a motion for this?
So moved.
That's Charlie Thiel. And anyone second?
I'll second.
Is that Nancy Will?
No, Sarah.
Sarah, that's Sarah Jane Brace to second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, so Ms. Stock, we're going to now.
Okay, we ready? I have a request for board approval of Child Nutrition Services 2020-2021 proposed operating budget. The proposed operating budget is $12,111,056. The budget reflects how the funds are to be used to feed our students. The source of the funds are federally funded. There is no match required, and there are no other staffing requirements. The action request did not have to be approved by the solicitor, and this request was discussed at the Finance Co-Chairs meeting on June 30, and I recommend this item to be considered as an action item at the regular board meeting on June 25th, 2020. Thank you.
Do we have any questions? Okay, I don't see any hands. So
Okay.
Is there someone that, I'm sorry, is there a question? Oh, so is there someone that will make a motion?
I will, Lisa Conover.
Okay, Lisa Conover, and will someone second?
Second, Miss Phoebe.
Okay, Ms. Phoebe Harris seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Okay, next item is Josephine Kekes.
Yes, thank you. The next item is to request the board's approval to engage Tom Josiah to aid in preparing audit required documents for the 2019 to 2020 fiscal year audit. This is to prepare for the annual audit. There are a number of reports and schedules that need to be created for the audit firm. Mr. Josiah has prepared these in the past and is in the process of training other individuals within the business office to prepare these in the future. This item has no impact on students. The rate is $105 per hour or $420 per visit when there is less than 4 hours on site. The source of funds is the general fund. There is no match required and there are no staffing requirements. We recommend that this item be considered as an action item at the regular board meeting on June 25th, 2020. Are there any questions?
I just have a comment. I like the fact that it mentions that he is training other individuals. This is something that we talked about last year, and we've had a number of changes in staffing, so it didn't quite occur. I'm looking forward to hearing positive feedback on the process of transferring the skill set to in-house people. So that's just my comment. Any other questions? Okay, who will make a motion for this to be moved forward?
I'll make the motion.
Okay, Nicholas Miller, and who seconds?
Nancy?
Nancy Wilk seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
Aye. No, I don't oppose. That was a late aye. Aye.
Okay, all right, thank you. And we're back to you once again for budget transfer discussion.
Yes, thank you. This item is to request board's approval to provide the authority for the business office to implement budget transfers to complete the 2019 to 2020 audit preparation with final board approval to follow at the August and/or September board meetings. What is it? In order to expedite the preparation for the audit, it is customary for the board to allow budget transfers in order for accounts to be balanced. The transfers will be presented to the board in August and September for final approval. This item has no impact on students. There is no cost. It's the standard procedure to finalize financial transactions for the 2019 to 2020 budget. The source would be the general fund. There's no applicable costs in the budget. There's no match required and there are no staffing requirements. We recommend that this item be considered as an action item at the regular board meeting on June 25th, 2020.
And to further clarify, routinely, we do not have meetings in July. So this is a way to make sure that everything flows smoothly in the absence of that meeting. Does anyone else have any questions? Okay, who will make a motion for this?
I'll make the motion, Cheryl. Nancy?
Okay, Nancy will motions, and is there a second?
I'll second.
I'm sorry, is that Miss Phoebe?
Yes.
Okay, Miss Phoebe seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, the next item is an agreement for legal services. And Mr. Parker is going to begin that conversation, which ultimately, as board members, we're going to need to follow through with the choices that will ultimately be made for approval. So, Mr. Parker.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson Watts. I'm going to begin, and then I'll pass the ball off to Ms. Ramos for some more detail here. What you'll see before you, and I'll start by reading the memorandum. Beginning on February 20th, 2020, the district requested proposals for legal services. Based on the response to this RFP, the district is presenting 3 options for the board's consideration. 1, extending the contract with King Spry. 2, approving a contract with Sweet Stevens. 3, approving the contract with both organizations, with A, King Spry remaining the solicitor of record, and B, Sweet Stevenson would be contracted for specific portions of the district legal work. 1, advising on special education matters. 2, advising on student service matters related to student discipline. 3, advising on charter matters. And 4, representing the district on legal matters according to each. You'll see below that we speak to the selected law firm or firms representing the district in the specialized areas. It will affect students through increasing organizational efficiency, and we attach the costs for the past 3 years, 16, 17, 17, 18, 18, 19. Those costs are $671,000, $482,000, $520,000. The cost for the current year has not been completed, as we have not closed out the current year, and the cost of this contract for the subsequent year will be based on the decisions that are made by the board this evening and then subsequently at the next board meeting. So in a broader context, on last year, the solicitor contract was up for renewal. The board approved a resolution to extend the solicitor's contract for 1 year under the condition that the district the district was required to participate in an RFP process subsequent to that 1 year extension. This is the outcome of that RFP process, which was the outcome of that 1 year extension. The finance co-chairs have been engaged in this process and has had an opportunity to meet and have presentations from each of the companies that have submitted proposals for legal services, and can speak to in more detail some of their impressions of each one of the organizations that led to the 3 recommendations, and ultimately, I believe, the recommendation that will be chosen this evening. So Ms. Ramos, anything to add there? Anything I missed before we pass it back to the committee?
I don't think so, Mr. Parker. We began the process back in February with the posting of and request for the proposals. We extended that time period through March 18th. COVID happened, and we managed to still get to the solicitor firm interviews as you discussed. And now we're just looking at our next steps. I mean, I'm happy to answer any detailed questions as well.
The one caveat that I'll say here, and I think Ms. Johnson-Watts already alluded to it, is that solicitor contracts, it's a tad bit different from the traditional contracts with the district because of the solicitor's kind of close relationship with the board, often sans administration. So in our normal processing, the administration processes the RFP responses, makes a recommendation to the board votes up or down. Because these are legal services, the recommendation comes through the co-chairs just as much as it does through the administration because of the relationship of legal services specifically to the board.
And I also want to add that we did explore what it could be to have an in-house counsel. And we did a posting just to get a feel for the type of response and also to see any feedback that would help us further shape that type of role. So it's not that it is out of the question, it's that just that this is not the time. Yeah. So looking at these 3 options that we have here, it's the result of the interview process, which was not just these 2 firms. There was another firm that is not being discussed here because we made a determination to recommend these 2. Now, what we're looking at is the possibility of a collaborative effort, not that the 2 firms would work together, but that we would divide the focus internally, and then we would have the work distributed externally. So there's an option where we simply extend the contract with King Spry. And then there's an option where we approve a contract with Sweet Stevens. And then there's the possibility of distributing the work that's related to certain aspects to Sweet Stevens to give them an opportunity to demonstrate how they will handle this type of practice. And the way that this came about is they have a system in place where they already provide a pool of resources related to special education to Pennsylvania administrators. So there's it's sort of a, I don't know, maybe if Mr. Stickett could elaborate a little bit, would that be okay?
So, and not to share information, but I was just informed Mr. Sickett had a emergency, so he's
Oh, I'm
not
so
on.
sorry.
But I believe I can speak generally to, not as well as Mr. Sickett, but the organization that he's speaking about does a lot of work across Pennsylvania, providing guidance in special education, specifically to those organizations that work with them. But they also have a database of information as content level experts that they share out even larger to school districts that have concerns, and they're recognized across the state as being experts in that area. Mr. Sickett uses them quite a bit for guidance in special education, even outside of just the general information that we have in the district.
Thank you. That does sum it up pretty well. Thank you. And I see hands up. Lisa Conover.
So my question is, with the RFPs that went out and the attorneys that we may very well be considering, do we have any agreements attached to? Do we know what an agreement would actually look like, or what it entails? Did we get that far, or was just an RFP that was sent out and then a response?
So I'll take that. So there are no agreements in place. There's an RFP. In the response. The responses are the majority of what would be in the contracts that you would have with the different entities are embedded in the responses to the RFP, and those we kind of went through with the finance co-chairs.
Ms. Conover, do you have any other questions?
I still got another week. No.
Okay. Linda Vega.
So I have a couple of questions. A, are we voting on this to pass it to the next meeting?
Yes, we're going to select the option, or we may even edit the 3AB, but we're going to select what we're going to move forward for a vote. So this is basically our opportunity to do the final selection, and then the agreement in itself and all contained therein would be approved.
Okay, so final selection. This is the first time I see this today. The email went out at 2:56. I don't even have a copy of it in my packet. I haven't had time to read, review. I don't feel comfortable making a suggestion because I was just given this today. I don't think that I should be able to vote on this if I was given this today.
I think, if I may.
Go ahead.
This vote is just to move it to the next meeting. So if we have any problems later or questions, we still have this week to actually ask those questions, and then the vote comes at our next regular board meeting. Linda.
I get it, Lisa. Thank you for explaining it, but I still don't feel comfortable voting on something that I just got today and didn't get a chance to review.
And I respect that. I just didn't know if you had clarity.
Okay, so before we summarize on that point, let's hear all the other questions and then we'll circle back to that. Nicholas Miller?
I have an amendment if there's a motion, but I don't have a question.
Okay, when you say you have an amendment, do you mean the 1, 2, 3, A and B would have a number 4, or are you speaking to changing one of those items?
Correct, but just a point of order, I'll wait till someone makes a motion and then I'll make a motion to amend that motion.
Okay, and Ms. Harris, your hand was up before we come back to Ms. Vega.
Okay, I looked through both, and I saw that Kings Pride does represent several charter schools. I looked at Sweet Stevens, and they only listed the public schools. Do they represent charter schools as well?
No idea.
They have everyone that they have represented or will represent.
Well, because it all says it's public schools.
Okay, well, then this is the comprehensive list because we did not specifically say to them, do you represent charter schools? But in the discussion that came up, we put advise on charter schools in that category, basically pulling it from the task that would go to Kings Pride.
So Ms. Johnson Watts, we did refer to that question. We'll just have to pull the answer to that out of the response.
Yeah, because you know, they Kings Pride has Arts Academy, Executive Charter School, Lehigh Valley High School, Charter High School, and they even do Lehigh Carbon Community College. So, yeah, just I question that. But so I would like to know if they also, you know, do any charter schools that are close to us.
As I said, they were asked if this is the comprehensive list, and it is. But rather than get stuck and say to you that they don't, we can pose it or find the documentation that says that they don't. However, keep in mind, one of the reasons that the charter school matters is bulleted and assigned to them is related to that.
Right, because you know, having a law firm that represents charter schools and our public schools is kind of a conflict of interest to me. Okay, that's it for me.
Okay, Ms. Matheson.
I'm going to have to say that I can't vote on this evening. Like Linda, I got new information today that I had no idea existed, and I was a part of the interview process. Evidently, some decisions were made during the day for recommendations. This is the first time I've heard it, and I need some time to think. So for now, I'm going to abstain from the vote.
Okay, so there hasn't been an official motion.
I have a question.
Yes. Is that Lisa?
Yeah, my hand is up. I don't know if you got it or not. Yes, Lisa kind of. Okay, so can I ask it?
Yes.
Okay, so in terms of charging, part of my reasons that I was asking about agreement, charging. When Kings Pride charges, they start charging, do they charge mileage or do they charge from the time that they're en route to where we are? Because what happens is there's a difference in it's like an hour and a half or something like that. Difference in travel time. Will we be charged for travel time if we go with somebody somewhere else? I'm just curious.
I can confirm, but I do not believe so. But let me confirm just to make sure. I don't know if that was explicit, but my understanding is you're paying for the time that the person is actually doing work for the district. But I'll confirm that to be 100% certain on both accounts.
I'm looking and it says no charge for telephone, no charge for extensive publication, no charge for travel costs such as fuel, meals, lodging, tolls, or mileage, except for the necessary airfares, in case of necessary airfares. That's on the last page. For the fee, for legal service fees.
I see Sarah Jane Brace's hand.
Oh.
Ms. Brace?
Yes, so I'm just gonna say I like the idea of splitting things between two law firms. I think it keeps them in check with each other, that they're always going to put their best foot forward in the best interest of the district, because they know there's another law firm right around the corner that if the contract there's an out for us, we could potentially shift all the services to the other law firm. So I'm just saying I would agree with that split of the King Sprite and Sweet Stevens, kind of taking two chunks of the items. That's all.
And I should also clarify, I see we've spelt out the things that Sweet Stevens would do to make it clear as to how exactly they would fit in the picture, but we didn't quite clarify the things that King Sprite would continue to do, which would be the municipal bond issuances, as well as the labor negotiations, as well as the construction contracts and things along those lines, a number of different service provider related contracts. So, I just want that to be out there as well. So when you look at the materials, look based on those items. Now, back to Ms. Vega, no, unless there, do I see anybody else? Oh, Charlie Thiel.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson-Watts. I'm not sure, Lisa had her hand up before me.
I did, and what I wanted to say was it's a portal fee. That's
sorry?
what I'm concerned with. I mean, I'm concerned about, Mr. Parker, you said you were going to check into the fees associated. The portal fee, that's a fee that speaks to travel time. And I'm concerned with, I think it's a wonderful idea to do the split, by the way, Sarah and Cheryl. But I want to be able to look at those numbers too. How much money would we be spending when we're doing it, as opposed to what we're spending now? We need to know. I would hate to get into a situation where we made the decision, but we find out that it's another decision that we pretty much can't. We're jumping out the pot into the fire. So that's why I'm asking these questions. I think it's a good idea if we split the workload, but we still have to be conscious of the numbers. That's all I'm saying.
And I definitely understand that. And again, I don't believe it to be so, but I will ask specifically about that portal to portal time just to be certain. But I do not believe that is cost embedded in either of the proposals.
Thank you much.
It's in their contract, it says that we do not charge for certain things, and that's one of them. They don't charge travel costs, such as fuel.
Mr. Parker, Ms. Harris is right. The Sweet Stevens proposal, as it reads, it says there's no charge for travel costs such as fuel, meals, lodging, tolls, or mileage, except in the case of necessary airfares. That's the one that I found clearly noted.
Mm-hmm.
Does that alleviate your concern, Ms. Conover?
Yep.
Okay. Mr. Thiel.
Thank you. Yeah, I wanted to say that, we obviously had spent first of all, the administration, going through this process, appreciate that, and want to thank the administration for going through this, and also, my colleagues in the finance committee, and, listening in and asking questions and hearing, through the interview process. This memo reflects, I think, a fairly accurate, understanding of kind of those conversations that happened in co-chairs. And with that, I'd like to make a motion to move forward with item number 3 on this, with the option number 3, I should say, as written on the memo here.
Okay, well, before we go to that, we were still in discussion, and I was about to say to Ms. Vega that no one has made a motion yet. And I wanted to hear more about her concerns related to receiving this document this morning. Is it possible to not have that motion on the table just yet? Because had I known you were about to make a motion, I would have continued my discussion with Ms. Vega.
Okay, I didn't realize there was more discussion. That's fine.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Vega, in terms of the information that was provided at 256, first of all, just so you know, this discussion did happen a while back within the committee, and it's a matter of a number of different documents that are being pulled together at various times for various projects that are under review. So our apologies, because I personally don't distribute these documents. I'm not going to even get into the technicals of it, but I will say apology by us all for you not receiving it until this afternoon. Now, the other aspect of it is what we want to be clear about is the timeline. Now that you see the extent of the materials, are you comfortable with these printed documents, or do you need to see anything beyond this in order to be comfortable with making a decision?
And let me say that I appreciate everybody's work. I appreciate the committee's work. This does not come in my packet. I have my packet here, and it's just an Exhibit J with nothing attached. The only reason I saw it almost at 5 o'clock when I went into my email to get the link for our executive. So no, there was no time to review, no time to read anything. And I understand all the work that went behind putting this together today, which is much appreciated, but that this still doesn't help me in giving me time to read through everything that was sent at 2:56 this afternoon. Don't we have a clause or a policy that states that we should get our materials within 48 hours to give us some time to read?
Yeah, and that's been a problem over time, and I'm not sure exactly when and how that's going to be resolved. But my question is more related to, based on you receiving a hard copy of this, are there other things that you might want to see? Like when you get a hard copy of this, as we get a hard copy to you, is there anything else you may want to see so people can be in motion now so that gets done? Do we have, and I just want to go back to Mr. Parker and Ms. Ramos, do we have a video recording of those Zoom interviews?
I do not believe so.
Sure.
Okay. I do know that there was a link that was sent to us from Sweet Stevens, or you can go to their website to see a video where they talk about what they do. And I encourage you to go to both of the websites, King's Prize as well as Sweet Stevens, so that you can get a little bit more than what's on the paper. And because they're not presenting to the entire board, you can see more of the staff and the physical makeup, as well as the academic and legal practice experience of everyone involved in each practice. So before I move anything else along in the conversation, I want to check in with you, Ms. Vega, on any other materials that you may think would be helpful beyond these RFP responses.
Yeah, according to the email, I think there was 5 or 6 attachments. So appropriate time allotted to be able to read through it and ask questions.
Right, that's the next question. But my question first is, these are just just so you know, these are just print documents of what people submitted. And then there isn't anything else. As we just clarified, we don't necessarily have the video interviews. So the time thing we're going to have to work out as a team. I cannot say to you specifically yes on that. That we're going to go into discussion about next. But I just need to know whether there's anything else, because there may be some time attached to people retrieving that.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm being honest with you until I go through the email. Are the contracts there? Are the resumes there? There's no video. I don't know what I'm looking at in order to be able to make an educated vote. And again, I appreciate everybody's hard work. I just don't think it's fair for me to be able to make a vote on such a huge decision like this when I had the email sent right before our meeting. So I don't know what else I need. I appreciate your question, but I just need time to read my email.
Okay, and I'm gonna put a pin in that and go to Audrey Matheson, who raised her hand again.
Yes, to clarify, evidently I missed the 3 o'clock email also. But then I feel the same way Linda does. And for tonight, I will abstain from the vote.
Okay, and then Lisa Conover.
I didn't put my hand down. I don't have a question.
Okay. All right. Now, I know, Mr. Thiel, you were going to propose a motion, but what I need to just hear in discussion right now is everybody ready for a motion based on what you've heard? And, you know, I can tell you, Ms. Vega, I completely sympathize with what you're saying, because there are matters where I'm not part of that committee and things are being presented to me in very short fashion. And I sometimes abstain from those discussions simply because I just don't feel like I want to be put on record for having any thought to it. But this is something where we have to change it. And ultimately, I think that we should take a moment as a collective board to consider whether or not everyone may feel that this is not the night to even put a motion forward, but to take a beat and do a little bit more review.
I agree with that.
Well, I'm just going to kind of point of order. If somebody wants to make a motion, they can make a motion. We can't stop them as a board from making a motion. So if somebody does want to make a motion, that motion can be made. And if it's seconded, then we would, someone had said they wanted to amend, it can be amended, or we can vote it up or down, but we can't just say, we can't deny a board member a right to make a motion. Just putting that out there.
Yeah, and no, and we're not going to deny it. It's just that I know that Mr. Thiel was kind enough to step back for a minute so that we can have this proper discourse. And Lisa Conover, I do see your hand. Is it because you have something new, or is that remaining?
I have something new.
Okay.
So is it unheard of? I mean, because RFP went out. We have had we have had meetings where people came and presented. Is it unheard of? We had one for like 20 plus years. Could those persons come and present to provide clarity? I'm just saying, I don't know.
That's an excellent question. I mean, my thing is, it's up to the board as a whole. So I wanted to make sure that everyone said what needed to be said, because this was done in a vacuum to some degree. So I think that's a really good question. I don't know.
Charlie just raised his hand.
Okay, Lisa, did you have any other questions, or can we, thank you. All right, Mr. Thiel, how would you like to proceed?
You know, given the process that this went through co-chairs, and I recognize that, you know, some of the information came out today, and I hear that very clearly from a couple of my colleagues, and there's not enough time to digest it. I'm still going to move ahead with the motion. It doesn't, and for option number 3 to move forward, and that still gives time for, you know, folks between now and 2 weeks from now, the board meeting, to digest more information, and, you know, have an opportunity to find out if what went through the co-chairs process, which is fairly consistent, as we did with this as other things, whether or not, you know, there's at least confidence in the process, confidence in the people doing the work at the co-chair level, as well as the administration, and that there's consensus there. There's you know, 2 weeks period of time from tonight to you know, discover that individually. So without further ado, I'd like to make a motion to move forward with option number 3.
I'll second it.
Okay, so now there was a mention by Mr. Miller that he would like to do an amendment to that motion. Do we
Yes.
now? Mhm.
I move to amend the motion to read that the real estate legal services be contracted to Sweet Stevens.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, so it sounds like we've got a few things going on. We have a motion that was made and seconded. And are we going to vote on that motion and then have the amendment?
No, you have to vote on the amendment first, and then that amended, if the amendment passes, then that amended motion becomes the full motion.
Okay, so basically we just skip to the discussion on the motion. So inside of the discussion on the motion, Mr. Miller, you are making a motion that the real estate, as well as real estate legal services, anything else?
That's it.
Be added to the, and become the 5th bullet point on 3B. And then Ms. Brace seconded that motion. So then Ms. Murillo, help me out here. We're about to vote on this amendment. Ms. Murillo?
Yes, I'll do the roll call.
Okay, so we're about to vote on this amendment. So let's be very clear as to what we're saying when we say yes or no. This amendment, by us saying yes or no to the real estate legal services being shifted over, basically implies that we agree to selection number 3, okay? And that we're voting for that to move forward to the next meeting. So let's just be very clear.
Yeah, so
I
this,
don't agree with the 5th point is what we're about to be voting on, just so that we're not assuming we're just looking at that one little aspect. So can we begin the roll call, or is there any other question? Okay, can we begin the roll call?
Wait, hello, sorry.
Hello?
So we can ask a question now? Before
You
roll
can
call?
ask a question about the amendment.
Right. So my question is, if the amendment All right. If folks, if I don't, all right, if I didn't agree with the overall, how can I vote for the, can I abstain? That's my question.
No, because what's going to happen is the fact that we are looking at an amendment to the initial motion, it's going to cause everything to be agreed upon if you say yes.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I can't.
But,
right,
but
all right.
allow me to complete this because there may be others on the board who are not clear. So I'm just going to repeat this one more time. If anyone votes yes to the amendment that is on the table, they are saying that they want to see item number 3 move forward and point.
No, the amendment is just saying that they agree that the, how did you word it, Nicholas? Nick?
Nick's suggestion should be added.
Yeah, you're just moving that what he added is added onto the list. If that passes, then we would vote on option 3 with that item added to the list. If it fails, then we would vote on option 3 with what's presented on the screen. So we're just voting on that extra line item that he's adding in.
Okay, now my question is this. If you vote, is there a reason you would vote yes if you don't agree with voting on number 3 at all?
Well, that's up to you as a board member to make that choice.
No, but I think we need to be clear when we do these votes that people are clear as to what they're voting on. So if someone is not comfortable, and let's be fully clear here. Ms. Vega made it clear she's not comfortable with approving anything at this time. So if she's not comfortable with approving anything at this time, would she even vote on the amendment a yes?
That's what I was saying.
That's what I mean. I can't tell her she should or should not vote.
I'm not saying she should or she shouldn't, but I'm saying hypothetically, because the way these things get stacked, it can sometimes be unwieldy, and I don't want people to regret their vote.
Well, so yeah, sure. She could technically vote to add this in and then not vote for number 3. Or she could not vote to add it in and still vote for number 3, or not vote to add it in and not vote to number 3. She can do what she wants. Voting it in does not mean she's approving 3. But or anybody, I shouldn't say she. Voting for the amendment does not mean that you're approving the main motion on the floor. It just means that you're saying, yes, let's add that extra item in for Sweet Stevens to be in charge of rather than King's Fry.
So if I can chime in for a second.
Sure.
And I'm saying this on the record. I'm abstaining from any vote. Take it how you will. Amendment, no amendments, I'm not putting in a vote until I have ample time to review the documents, as I was not given the ample time to do so.
Okay, so any other discussion on the amendment motion?
I have a question. I do.
Not the amended motion. Just
The amendment
motion. The amended motion, right? Amendment, right?
The amendment
Just
to
the amendment, not the amended motion.
The amendment to the motion. The amendment is that the task of real estate legal service be moved to the Sweet Stevens list of accountabilities. This is what we're about to vote on.
And my question is why? I don't know where did that come from? Why are we adding it? I have no.
Because Nick knows that.
Mr. Miller, you made the motion for the amendment. What can you help Ms. Conover?
Yeah, so I'm making the motion. I think that the real estate services should be under a new solicitor under Sweet Stevens. I don't think there's any more explanation needed for that.
I mean, I'll chime in for why I second it if you want my opinion. So I seconded that kind of for the charter school part as well, because if we're doing any type of purchasing of property or divesting property, whatever we may be doing as a district, I just worry that there might be in the back of a mind, oh, a charter school could go on that property for someone that I currently am with.
Right, conflict of interest. I agree.
And so I just think that's a smart choice to put those type of things under somebody else who doesn't have on their list charter schools listed.
Thank you.
I'm going to call the question and call the vote.
I'll second that.
Okay, so we're going to move on. Ms. Murillo, can you kindly do the roll call?
Point of order. There was a call the question. Call the vote.
Well, she just did.
Right. So
Yeah, but you have to vote on that. You have to vote on calling the vote. Then the discussion stops and we take the vote right away.
okay. Is that going to be something that we do a roll call on? Hello?
And if you want, that's
Okay. Ms. Murillo,
Yes. Yes.
could you kindly do a roll call
Yes.
on the call to vote, which will cease all discussion on the amendment?
Mrs. Conover,
No.
Miss Matheson,
On calling the question, yes.
Miss Vega,
I abstain.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Mr. Theo,
Yes.
Miss Harris,
No.
Mrs. Johnson Watts,
No.
Mrs. Brace,
yes.
Mrs. Wilt,
Sorry, I had a hard time unmuting myself. Yes.
four, I'm sorry. 4-5, I'm sorry, passes.
Okay. So now we are going to vote on the amendment. Ms. Murillo, would you kindly do the roll call?
For the amendment, okay. Miss Matheson,
On the amendment, abstain.
Miss Vega,
Abstain.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Mr. Theo,
Yes.
Mrs. Brace, Mrs. Brace,
Yes.
Mrs. Conover,
Abstain.
Mrs. Johnson Watts,
No.
Miss Wilt,
Yes.
Miss Harris.
No.
It's 5-4. Amendment fails because it's two abstentions is like a no. So the amendment
Right,
fails
solicitor.
unless we get clarification from the solicitor.
Yes, well, this I am kind of interested in this vote, but I can tell you just strictly from Robert's rules, you need a majority. So it does, in my opinion, it does fail.
Okay, so.
Okay, so I'm gonna move to table this until the board meeting at the end of the month, because.
Okay, so Mr. Miller mentioned tabling this until the regular monthly board meeting.
I second the motion.
Okay, so that then would, depending on how this vote goes, would negate the number 3 selection. Am I correct, everybody?
Yeah, you have to, because it's a motion and it was seconded, we just have to vote. There's no discussion on a table.
Okay, but it would, okay. But just for clarification, because this, I do not appreciate people not understanding what we're doing. So
we're
just,
tabling the motion. We're tabling.
Right, that's why I'm tabling it, Cheryl.
he's tabling. No, I meant I'm doing a play-by-play explanation of what we're doing. That was not a discussion. What I was just saying, though, is what I'm clarifying. So
right, we're tabling the motion that was made. So we're tabling the motion that was made for number 3. To approve number 3.
So it was motioned by Mr. Miller that we table this, and it was seconded by Ms. Harris. Ms. Murillo, will you kindly proceed with the roll call?
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Mr. Theo,
Yes.
Mrs. Conover,
Yes.
Ms. Harris,
Yes.
Mrs. Brace,
No.
Mrs. Wilt,
No.
Mrs. Johnson Watts,
Yes.
Ms. Matheson, Ms. Matheson,
Sorry, didn't unmute. No.
Ms. Vega,
Abstaining.
5-4 passes. It's tabled. This motion is tabled.
So that is tabled. Okay.
I have a question though.
Ms. Conover, yes.
So how could you table something to be brought back, to be untabled at our regular board meeting when this meeting is to determine whether or not this is going to go to the regular board meeting?
I think we'll have to untable it at the, which I didn't announce yet. I was going to announce it during old business, but we have this special meeting. We are going to have a special finance co-chair meeting before the end of the month. And I think, and Keely, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's the meeting we would have to untable it at, correct?
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
A public co-chair?
Yeah, yes. Okay. I was gonna talk about it during new business. I mean,
so, but when he made his motion, he said to table it at the regular. So how do we fix that? That's what he said.
So I don't know, Keely, does it matter the tabling if you say when it's being, you can't really say when it's being untabled because you just have to vote to untable it. The tabling just is to table.
Yes, yeah. So effectively the motion was a motion to table.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what gets tacked onto the end.
Right.
Thank you.
Right, and the untabling is at the discretion of the board at that time. It could be Mr. Miller, or it could be someone else that says untable.
And it could be at the end of the month, or it could be 5 months from now. We can't say when we're gonna untable it because we shouldn't be talking about it anymore because it was tabled.
Yes, And so with that being said, I think everyone is clear as to what type of materials are in question. And I think it's okay to reach out to administration with any questions related to the materials received.
Yes, and co-chairs are able, if you need to have a meeting in co-chairs are able to still have a meeting. It's just we as a board can't talk about it anymore as a full board.
Okay. All right. So that leads us to the budget status, which was going to be the opportunity for Ms. Brace to talk about what was coming up.
Okay, I'll do it now. So on June 29th, 2020 at 7 p.m., we will be holding a special board meeting to vote on the actual final budget for the year. And prior to that meeting at 6:30, we will have a special finance co-chair meeting for the presentation of the final budget, with the vote happening after that presentation. And that's been put in the paper already. This is just the public announcement of it. So that's it.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Brace. With that being said, I'm going to hand over the virtual microphone to my colleague, Nicholas Miller.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Johnson Watts. Do we have any comments from the public on non-agenda items? I see one hand, Sharon Billington.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hey, I just got a new webcam and microphone, so this is new.
There you go.
Thank you. Before we once again start blaming the Allentown School District for proposing a tax increase in order to attempt to balance the coming budget, the school board directors and the residents of Allentown need to focus their blame where it really belongs, on the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and the federal government. The state determines how school districts are funded through property taxes. The state determines the rate cap, currently 4%. The state determines how much must be paid from a district's budget towards employee pensions. The state determines how much per student must be paid to cyber and charter schools. The state determines that we paid for the bus companies during the COVID shutdown. The state and federal governments mandate that special education guidelines and services be provided without fully funding them, and thereby necessitating money being taken from our district's general fund. The federal government also has numerous other mandates that go unfunded. So instead of being angry with ASD, use your voice to tell Harrisburg and the federal government to change the funding structure of our public school system, to develop a fair and equitable cyber and charter school funding structure, and to lobby the state and federal governments to pass legislation that benefits public schools. Currently, there are over 200 separate pieces of legislation in our federal government in committee not going anywhere that would greatly benefit public and especially urban schools. This board is always saying how our children are not learning and do not have the basics, but they are unwilling to do what is necessary to pay for it. I am on a fixed income, and my job that I had is unsure of even being restarted. I do not want another tax increase, but it is my responsibility as a resident of Pennsylvania to support our public schools, as I was supported when I was a student. Our school funding system, as established by the Commonwealth, is based on property taxes. And until that changes, school taxes have to be raised every year. Just saying no to a budget or to a tax increase is not going to change that fact. I constantly write to my state and federal representatives to support legislation in favor of public schools and how they are funded. I encourage the board members and the residents of Allentown to do the same. All children in Pennsylvania and in America deserve a free, accessible, equitable, and quality education, regardless of their race, ethnic origin, and disability level and zip code. It is our responsibility to ensure that happens. Our children are the future for all of us. By investing in their education now, we'll truly make America great. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Do we have any other comments from the public? All right, seeing none. Are there any old business items? Any new business or grass catcher items? Seeing none, can I hear a motion to adjourn?
Linda.
Make
I'll
that
make
motion.
a motion. I'll second you, Linda.
Ms. Vega, seconded by Ms. Wilt. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? So moved. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Good
Meeting adjourned.
night.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everyone. It's great to see you. Have a good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Night, everyone. Night, everyone.